they've lost their wicket. So, yeah, I'm not going to say much about Dave's quality as a batsman.
Yeah, well, Dave is a key player now for Boland. He needs to get things going here now. He's certainly got the skills to do so. But it's his opportunity to lead from the front. A bit like we saw Louis Kuhn yesterday against Northern Transvaal, smashing 134 and taking Western Province to victory against the Titans.
Yeah, but I mean, Louis, yes, he's just been phenomenal this tournament.
Yeah, he's really showed his class and also the love for the game. He just won't quit. He just loves this game.
Yeah. What did he score? 200s and a 50?
Correct, yeah. He scored 200s. On day one, he scored 100 against EP and then a big one yesterday.
Oh, wow!
I don't think there was anything on that one, but Lefty really threw that one up and lured Davey into a shot he probably didn't need to play, but it's probably all nerves, lots of pressure on the skipper.
Yes. Already got 2 big ones.
So there is a link available. I don't know if we've got the details for this match, so if anyone wants to view and listening to us, probably very biased commentary because we are neighbours, so I think it's fair to say we're going to be a little bit biased.
We're definitely going to be a little bit biased.
And we're not making excuses for that.
Okay, so it is live.
And I think for those who do go live, it would be quite nice if they can communicate with us. Perhaps I should just give them my WhatsApp number. What do you think? And if anyone wants to send us WhatsApps and comment on what they see here and maybe what they think we need to be talking about as we watch KG running into Ibrahim Khafildin.
So I've got the live chat in front of me, but nobody has commented yet.
Oh, and another wicket!
At point.
Not sure who the fielder is.
Who caught it? Lefty.
Lefty.
The Boland boys are in
Catching
a heap
Khafildin.
of trouble at 9 for 3.
A very meek shot, if one can say that.
James is going to have to be on his game today. Yard.
And I think the ball just not coming on.
No,
You know,
this
guys.
is probably the flattest track. It was even flatter yesterday.
Which one?
The one side's dead, the other side doesn't even get any.
Show mommy.
So it's actually more of a slow pace. But
It looks like Hayden Trollope going in.
Hayden Trollope going into bat.
And the skipper is going to feel more and more of this responsibility now rests on his shoulders. But as I said, Dave is up for that challenge and he'd want to lead from the front here. Just put us through some of Hayden's strengths there.
So Hayden is, coming in at 5, but he's probably the perfect player for the game situation now. Very matured in the way he bats. He can read a game, he can read the situation, play accordingly. And as the backup wicketkeeper to the squad, wicketkeepers always see things a little bit differently. Yeah, but he hasn't had a chance to wear the gloves this week
Yes.
because Jonathan Bolton is just Jonathan Bolton.
Yeah, and no one's going to get those gloves off John.
But Hayden has taken it like a champ, just playing as a pure batter.
Well, I guess that's also not a bad thing. I mean, it means he knows that batting, especially now, there's a big responsibility on him, and he drives nicely. And is that Skillachi just showing off some of his footballing skills over there?
Looks like that.
He spoke to me about his pro footballing days,
Okay.
and he's clearly wanted to show me on the cricket field. So he's limping around there. We've seen a lot of
That
that
is,
limping in this week.
That's putting your body on the line for the team, eh?
That is for the team indeed. It's a short one there.
Hayden tucking it towards fine leg for a single.
Yeah, well, I think the border guys are really sticking to their task this morning. Some disciplined bowling, and really, making it difficult for the Boland boys to dominate them because they actually have hit good areas, and that's what you need on these wickets.
Hit your areas. Make sure your line and length are where it should be, and wait for the batsman to make a mistake.
So Kaiser Gancho finishes is that his third over?
It's the best thing you can ever ask for in this land.
Third over, and he's taken
Yeah.
2 for 7 runs. Jean-Luc is our
Andrew Sampson.
he is our Andrew Sampson here at the Evergreen over 50s IPT at the Wanderers. And just so you know, there's another game happening at the moment. It's the Cup section match, pretty much playing for second place in the tournament, and it's the hosts Gauteng playing the Titans, and there's a lot of interest there. In fact, there's quite a bit of spectators, and that's what Wets cricket has done this week. We've seen some people coming here, probably more than what go to watch a first class game at the Bullring.
Yeah.
And again, lots of air.
Oh, it's you're making use of that very wide offside wide line, eh?
It's better than his land.
It's the outfield.
And I guess now with the Boland guys not wanting to lose another wicket, they don't have 10 yet, so it's really hard to score. And
I wonder how many windows have been broken.
No. Well, not from here. But KG hit 6 from there. Landed in here.
and he's
take, right?
definitely getting some turn here as well. So
Very good take.
And
He's working with
as a lefty, taking the ball away from the right-hander, you
technical.
forcing him into shots.
High ball.
KG got 2 and what you got to call 1?
Who?
Lefty got 1 and then
KG got 2 and lefty got 1. So the spinner got 1 and the lefty got 2 wickets.
what do you think Boland would be happy with from this position? 3 of the key players out.
That guy,
Like you have a power one.
with the Boland bowling attack, I would imagine they can. It's one of the bowling attacks, other than your bowling attack, the Western Province bowling attack, that can defend something like 190.
Yeah, I think the Boland players have the mentality to defend anything, so it could be interesting because everyone wants to walk away with a victory here. It's the last day of the tournament, and
it's the plate final.
it's the plate final, and there's even been the talk that the plate finalists need to play against the cup winners. Oh, and it's a big shout here.
Have your juice.
Kaiser really hitting good areas, and that one seemed to come back a bit.
But the Boland boys, they do bat very deep. You've got Colin Myberg, who's probably going to come in at number 10, and he's usually a top 6 batter. So
there's options. There's options. I
there's
think
options. There's still a lot of batting left in this Boland lineup. If I just
The one in Vincent. The one in town.
Oh, and there's another good shot here. Probably just hitting him outside the line there.
and Dave has copped 3 LBWs already this week, so
He won't be happy with
well,
that.
you won't be happy with another. But I mean, if I look over at the Boland team, you have Gavin Stander, Akil Kipido, Jonathan Bolton, Colin Myberg still to bat, which are all recognised batsmen in their own rights. And that was clipped through the vacant square leg boundary by Dave Bucker.
And that would make Dave feel a bit better. He's one who likes to dominate the bowlers.
But you asked me a while back, and if you look at the pitch now, Dave is being kept calm by Hayden, and I think that's going to be Hayden's job, is to keep the captain happy. They play their club cricket together for the Scorpions. They've played for many, many years. They've batted together on numerous occasions. So, yeah.
I have to say that, to me, it went through square, but Dave's not really that kind of player.
No.
And they've sent another player out on the deep square boundary.
Very reactive field placing.
Yeah. In fact, Dave, he's probably one of the most beautiful batters to watch, hitting the ball straight down the wicket. That's his area.
He's straight down and cover driving, eh?
And he's just such a beautiful time of the ball. And again, for those who don't know Dave, he's a very tall guy, and that's why you can also understand why it would be really difficult to get an LB when Dave goes on the front foot. And he's probably learnt from his earlier decisions, and there's a bit of a tentative stride there, and just as I almost jinxed him.
Yeah, so please keep quiet now, Grant.
Yeah, well, I think on this wicket you need to get your foot down the wicket, and that's something the Boland batters coming in will have learnt.
But the ball is the ball has a tendency to stay low.
Yeah, so exactly why that's what you need to do.
It's
Again, a very uncharacteristic.
uncharacteristic. It's like he wants to hit KG out of the bowling attack.
Yeah. And a bit of a lesson to players. I mean, this is for everyone. When there are good bowlers, you need to respect that. You look at Clive Extreme a few days ago. There was just no way you were going to play at Winchell's shots team. You needed to get yourself in, and rather look at who the other bowlers are.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. If the guy's bowling well, you don't go after him.
There's some chirps going on here from the spectators. I don't know what they're actually saying, but it's keeping us on our toes, eh?
I see we've got some people on the live chat. Shout out to Sarah Bolton saying, "Come on, Boland, we can do this." Yes, Sarah, we really hope so. And we believe it. And then I see Gregor Lane is asking, he's obviously has not listened to the feed from the start. Yes, Greg, this is the plate final.
Yeah, the teams that competed in the plate is Boland, Border and EP. EP played Border yesterday and lost. So that made them winless for the week, I'm afraid. But really one of the better teams in terms of spirit to be part of this and really embrace Vets cricket.
Well, they had their challenges. getting here, and you've got to respect that they came up. It's not the strongest side they could send, but they sent a bunch of very nice blokes, and they took part. It's
And
just a
that's what
shame.
it's all about, isn't it? They had an 18-hour trip to Johannesburg from PE, had some complications along the way, and got straight in on Monday and played. So kudos to them.
Aiden cutting that
And-
ball, running down to
Beautifully
the
struck. Such a
cover
nice,
boundary for 4.
patient shot. Pierces the gap. And that's the thing about playing at these Wonders grounds. You really get value for your shots. Once you pierce the gap, the fielders might as well just forget about it.
Yeah, no.
There are
That's interesting.
some vets who actually try to put on some shows in the field, and
I have seen a couple of shows involving yourself as well, throwing your body around on the boundary.
well, if you want to impress people,
Yeah,
you do silly
you
things.
do silly things, but I can imagine it's very hard diving on this field.
Yeah, no, there's a couple of grass burns, but you're doing it for your team, and those are the things that we as vets try to do. We like to still try to show people that we can still do things, and with the result, grass burns, hamstrings that get pulled, calves that get pulled. So you see lots of that. The physios have been busy here this week under the Evergreen gazebo. Yeah, so Evergreen Lifestyle, what vision they've had supporting this tournament.
Yes. no,
Vets
it's-
cricket is just growing.
So you guys had a photo shoot with them, spent the day there, I believe. Oh, there we've seen somebody
talk
putting his
about-
body on the line.
Talk about how people like to impress.
You know,
Diving to his left, I can't see who that is.
Dave Bucker acknowledging to the fielder to say that was a good stop, because the ball pinging off Dave, middle of Dave's bat, is not something a lot of 30-year-olds would want to stop.
No, for sure.
Depends on the traffic.
Ooh, and again playing back to a delivery. And KG is convinced, and he is keeping the show alive. Last night he was in the Wonders Club. They were playing some lovely music, and KG was the star of the show on the dance floor.
Okay,
And he's
showing
just
off his moves.
he's just bringing that spirit into today's game, and it just shows you what a good mindset does.
Yeah.
So good energy here from the Boland left arm opening bowler.
Border left arm
I,
opening bowler.
ooh,
Right.
Boland don't have a left arm opening bowler,
Well,
do they?
James Albani might be bowling left arm today.
James is such a perfectionist; he won't mess around.
No,
with
he
it.
won't.
James, one of the stars in the tournament this week.
You could say, well, he is the team vice captain and he is the bowling captain. He's the leader of the bowling attack, and he's been doing a very good job of it this week.
Oh, no better leader there in that department. James Albani is a real fast bowling intellectual, one could call him.
Yes.
Well, he is doc, isn't he?
Yeah, the man has got 3 or 4 degrees. It's called the Doc.
Probably the most qualified veterans cricketer here this week.
Probably, yeah. Although young AJ has been keeping him busy.
Oh my goodness, that's really tested his parenting skills,
The
hasn't it?
dynamo, as we call him.
Yeah. Whoops, and Hayden wanting a quick single, and Dave's sending him back quite wisely, I think.
Quite wisely, I think. The last thing the Boland team need now is a silly run out.
And the problem when the batter comes charging down the wicket and is forced to stop, I mean, the risk of injury is huge. So not only are you worried about getting back, but you have to worry about not doing a
call for a
call
hammy.
for a hammy. And we've seen that. Is that not how Kenny got himself injured?
It was a
Kenny
quick run,
Jackson.
a quick run and turn, and he got injured. And it's such a shame for Kenny. He hasn't scored a lot of runs in the pre-season games. Wasn't really in form, and he was just starting to get into his groove.
of
And then
course
he was
playing-
unfortunately run out.
Yeah. Did he have a runner?
He had a runner.
And he was run out.
And he was run out. Poor Milton Daniels.
That couldn't have gone down well.
No, it wasn't Milton's fault. I'm not going to say whose fault it was, but there was some choice words spoken in the change room about calling between the wickets. But poor Milton Daniels ran himself into the ground for Kenny.
And Kenny, obviously knowing how to rotate the strike, you'd have had Milton on his toes.
Yes, and as far as I understood what they did, and it was obviously Kenny's experience shown through there, is Kenny was calling.
Yeah. Oh,
He
right.
was, doesn't matter where he stood, facing or not facing, he was the one calling the shots in terms of ones or twos, yeses and nos, and I think it worked well.
Yes. Yeah, well, as people know, runners are not really part of the modern game anymore, but with Vets cricket, I think it's quite a good call, especially in a tournament like this where, you know, it's inevitable that some people are going to get injured, and not all teams are spoiled for choice, and so you really do want to give everyone an opportunity to be part of the day.
And you know, to be fair, I was. These guys all grew up playing when runners were still part of the game. You know, if you were injured, it's only lately that that rule changed. And but it was, as far as I understood, it was the runners. It was always a gentleman's agreement between the captain and the captains and batsmen to say, look, are you really injured or are you tired? If you're tired, you can't get a runner. If you're injured, you can get a runner.
And Davey seems to be growing in confidence now. He's moving his feet nicely. Ooh, having said that, he's just pushed one past Justin Price here at slip, and Justin's quite a tall player, and he went full stretch at that one.
And athletic, huh?
Very athletic. One of the fitter guys in the tournament as well. I believe he's an Iron Man. Loves gymming, and you can see he's in good shape.
But he said to me earlier in the week after the first couple of games, he said, you know what, I'm fit, but I'm not cricket fit. And that is a different fitness.
No, for sure. You need to be fit and then play. You can't work on your fitness during the tournament week, for example.
No.
And it's Justin coming up. He's going to bowl. Looks like he may just operate off a short run today.
Yes.
So KG, he's people's gone. He'll probably come back later for a spell. So while I beg your pardon, John?
There's 5 overs, 2 wickets and 12 runs.
Wow, that's superb. So 2 for 12 after 5 for KG. Really doing a great job up front here for Border. And he'll come back later to hopefully finish them off. So Price is coming from the bullring end.
Is that what we're calling it today?
Yeah, well, it makes sense, isn't it?
I think in the previous game we decided bullring end and the apartment block end. Or the townhouse end or something like that.
The Evergreen townhouse end. No, it's not quite Evergreen.
No, that's not Evergreen's quality.
Evergreen's quality is superb. We were at Broadacres in just outside Fourways in the week, and what a lovely facility, and we really were spoiled one to meet the legend Graham Pollock, who's
Yes.
a resident there, and share some of his stories, and then also just to have a look around at the facility, and really so many happy people there. It's quite a nice way to. It's pretty much like the vet cricket, we're getting old amongst friends, and that's what people are doing at these evergreen lifestyle centres. There's quite a few in the Cape, and
I've been to the one in Valdevie, having to take a client there who was interested.
and driven uppishly there by buck and not really getting to the pitch of the ball, but luckily way short of the fielder. Yeah, Valdevie, I mean, imagine being there. What a beautiful
Yeah.
part of the country, and there's golf courses, and
There's the polo club, there's tennis courses. Valdevie is, there's a reason it's been voted the top lifestyle estate in the country for a couple of years running now. You've got the Gary Jack Nicklaus designed
Jack Nicklaus
Pearl Valley
designed.
Golf Course there.
do you play much golf there? It's probably one of the most difficult courses I've ever played.
Yeah, I've played there a couple of times and it's enjoyable, but it's not been my best rounds.
No, I think I'm the same. I think I broke 100 there,
Uh,
which would have worked well on the cricket field, but on the golf course, that's not really something.
no, I've also
Or should I say, I didn't break 100 there.
I broke 100 there a couple of years back. It was, as I say, a very enjoyable day, beautiful course, but not the best golf I've played.
And the umpire trying to get the scorer's attention. Yeah, we've really had a big machinery making sure that this tournament is run professionally, and a big team of scorers and
Umpires and
umpiring. There's match referees, pitch vision that they've got involved here as well, so we can stream all these games, and some of the wives can be sure that their husbands actually came to the tournament, and
that they are there or they are here.
And then let me tell you, some of the guys they look really pumped up every morning. So they've had early nights, I'm sure.
You know,
We'll just giggle.
yeah,
What
we'll
goes
just giggle.
on tour
It stays on tour.
yeah.
That's always the rule, eh?
Yeah.
But you know, I don't know if you heard what I gave an injury report in one of the previous games, and saying Cassie Simmer's struggling with his heart, and his wife was actually listening in on the feed and trying to get hold of him to find out if he's okay. And his phone was switched off.
The bowler there, we can't quite see.
Wood.
You know, our eyesight's
Bowler?
going here, so we need.
Fleming.
So Fleming coming on from the
Townhouse end.
townhouse end, and he's bowling some right arm medium paces. Nice little teaser, and Davey has pushed it out into the cover boundary, but there's a sweeper there.
I see Sean Pitzer is being himself again by sending me funny WhatsApp messages. Thanks for listening, Shawnee.
I think I'm going to share my WhatsApp number, because we can't always keep up with what's going on YouTube. So if anyone wants to WhatsApp us and just send us some messages, you can try 082 842 8898. Lots of 8s there. And just as I said that, it's 10:08 and the score now is 24 for 3. Boland losing a few early wickets, but they seem to be consolidating things here.
Drinks.
That WhatsApp number again, 082 842 8898.
So I believe the province guys are going to have a little braai next to the field today. Dorsey was telling me about the lamb chops he's going to go buy this morning.
Oh, the boys are looking forward to that. You know, our skipper Louis Quinn is a big meat lover,
Mm-hmm.
and well, no better way to celebrate a successful tournament than a good old South African braai.
Yes, absolutely. Oh,
And once it's through, it's 4, and that's
4 runs to Hayden.
4 runs to Hayden.
And at this stage, the guys won't mind how they come as long as they come. And that is drinks, folks. So we will see you in a couple of minutes again. Right, folks, and we're back after the drinks break. The score is 28 for 3 after 12 overs. And here is my friend Grant Jansen coming back into the into the box.
breakfast has just arrived.
Yeah, so we'll be having breakfast while telling you guys what's going on. Pricey is bowling from the bullring end, bowling to Hayden Trollope. And he's definitely not bowling at full pace. He's focusing on line and length, hitting the right areas. He doesn't have to really do anything more than that at the moment.
No, exactly. It's actually incredible. My wife doesn't ever watch cricket. Well, very seldom does she. And she's even watching it on YouTube at the moment. And I'm not even playing, and she's interested in what's going on here.
You know, it's good. It's what it's all about, huh? You know,
So real credit to Roger Moulton and his organising committee to put up this show.
and it's not only just putting up the show, it's what Roger does overall for veterans cricket. You know, I've been sitting on his exec committee for a while now, and the amount of passion, energy and effort he puts into veterans cricket all over the country. You know, as far as I understand, he stepped away from Western Province Vets to just focus on VCASA on a national level.
Well, you know, he's it's a big role. He needs to be seen as independent. But I think Roger's blood is very, very, very blue.
I think it's blue, and then there's a tint of yellow and black, you know, for the other Western Cape team.
But of course it's green. He's doing this for Veterans Cricket South Africa. And what he's done is, like I say, he's got people who haven't seen one another for years, or people bumping into people there where you remember a name from 20, 30 years ago, and all of a sudden you see that person. I got called this morning by...
Oh, shot Dave Bucker, driven through the mid-off area for a beautiful placed forward.
And that's the area that I spoke about. That's Davy's strength, hitting it down the ground so powerfully. Yes, just coming back to what I said this morning, I got a phone call from someone who saw on the score sheet that the EP captain was Graham Harrison, and the person who called me was Rowan Peterson. Rowan and Graham played in what was in the 80s called the Bully Bowl, and he played against EP in 1985. So that was a Western Province EP game in 1985, Bully Bowl. This morning I actually went up to Graham and I said to him, look, I've got a message from someone. He played against you in 1985. Who do you think it is? I said. And the first name he came up with was Rowan Peterson, which was just unbelievable. And this is the network that we start opening up, and in just a few seconds there were pictures shared, there were numbers exchanged, and friendships reignited.
Yes, so I've been, whenever I write match reports for the Boland games, I'll always finish it with a sentence: old friendships renewed. Old friendships renewed, new friendships made, and current friendships strengthened.
And the fielders are trying to get the attention of the 12th man.
You know, but listening to the stories, you know, and me being a little bit younger than the rest of you guys.
Oh, are you showing off now?
Yes, I'm showing off. Now I want to tell a good story, so give me a chance here, please, Grant. No, it's just guys I grew up idolizing, and meeting them I remember that old Benjamin Ages series, you know, and there's quite a few guys here that played in that. Rubbing shoulders with them, and just really such nice blokes, you know. And, if you look at it, a guy on your side, Dorsey, who's played at the highest level, he just came back from a Legends tournament and he's throwing himself around and giving everything. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, you learn, you now learn to appreciate how good these guys are and the discipline. I mean, Alan Dawson is, one would never think that this is just him coming to play a bit of social cricket. This is him coming to play serious cricket, and we may be 50 plus, but the same approach, you know, prepare well, be fit, stick to game plans, and it's people like that manages to raise the level of those around them.
Absolutely, I agree with you.
And the way I see it is, this year was the first year Western Province have come here well prepared, and that's the bar that's now set, and I'm sure that next year it's going to be
Season with
a higher level of cricket all round for all teams.
next year it's the over 40s, you know, and I think then I can only imagine this, your province team will go from strength to strength if you suddenly have a few of the younger guys will put up their hands.
Yeah, well, someone like Dawson would probably want to, if he's certainly good enough. But then again, he's had so much fun with these over 50s bunch that they'd have to really convince him to rather play for the over 40s.
Just give us in the province setup, who's the over 40 guys that springs to mind that you would think?
Geez, if we just look at the former Proteas, we have the likes of Rory Kleinveld, who's now the assistant bowling coach at Western Province. You have Ashwell Prince, who's, as you know, one of the stalwarts of cricket in the Western Cape. You have him. It's going to be quite a thing.
I think so, yeah. You know, in the Boland setup, we've got the other Louis Kuhn, the rugby player, who is a fantastic all-rounder.
Yes, I'm in fact I'll be turning out for the Western Province Cricket Club in the Vets League this year. So
Okay.
So I'd be playing with another Louis Kuhn on Wednesday against Pineland. So
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to that.
So he's playing for Western Province Cricket Club in the Western Province League,
Correct.
and then he plays for the Paul Heat side in the Boland Vets League on Fridays.
You know, these cricketers, it's a bit like golf. It's the new golf where people are going to try to pick up a game wherever they can.
Yeah. And you know, that's the nice thing with especially T20s, you know, because the guys have families but they want to get a game in. So it's 3 hours with your mates, having a nice game, and then because it's not always possible for everybody to play 45 games.
So yeah, these Vets T20 matches, a bit like catching a quick 9 holes just before sunset
Absolutely.
or before work. So now you're doing it with a bigger group of people.
Yeah. Playing the game you love. You grew up, you said it earlier, you know, we all grew up playing this from the age of 8. Some people stopped along the way and has taken it back up, and some people have just continued straight through.
Yeah.
You know, and then if you take a guy like Louis, obviously his rugby pedigree speaks for itself, and he had years where he didn't have the opportunity to play any cricket.
Yeah, the choices you have to make nowadays is specialise in a sport, and
You know, and there's another ex-rugby player living in Cape Town that you guys have to go and coerce to get back onto the field, and that's Schalk Burger.
Skalkberger indeed. I
Was,
thought that's who you're going to talk about.
Oh.
And Hayden runs it down, and
Well,
as
it
you can
reached-
see,
we
Justin
have
really
Justin's-
struggling to get to the
Justin's
boundary.
groin.
The mind is
The mind wants
willing,
to.
but
The
The
body's
body just
unwilling.
can't.
You know, I grew up playing a lot of cricket against Skulk, a lot of rugby against him as well. But cricket, yes, that guy was a dangerous opening bat. You know, he had a junior Boland contract.
Wow.
Yeah,
Can you imagine he chose cricket and not rugby? How the rugby guys would be upset about that, eh?
yeah. So the rumor has it that he was not allowed to play rugby as part of that contract. Played a game, got injured, contract torn up. And a year later, he turned out for the Springboks in the World Cup.
One of the finest.
Quick single round there.
And Trollope seems to be limping a bit now as well.
Yeah.
But what's happened is the Boland guys have really started to rotate the strike here now, so it's just making it a bit more difficult for the bowlers and the fielders. Just one just watch through to the keeper there by Hayden.
I've got a comment here on WhatsApp. Shout out to the Eagles cricket boys. It's one of the groups I'm part of. But they play very social, extremely social cricket. But Francois Korsel saying, tell Price he must just look like he wants to bowl. Casper de Vries can do better. Francois Price is injured. He's struggling really badly, and I think he was just bowling in with very much within himself. Doubt if he will continue.
That's KG, just he gets round, eh? And
No.
he also bowls it in like most in this competition. You just save those shoulders. No use hurling it in from the boundary.
No. You know, I've got a sneaky suspicion.
Well, there's change of over.
Milton Daniels running onto the field with a towel and change of gloves for the skipper. Yeah, Grant, what I was going to say to you, I've got a sneaky suspicion we might see James Albani rolling back the years this afternoon. Bowling, giving everything, it's the last game. I don't think he's going to bowl within himself. I think James is going to have an absolute go.
Yeah, no, well, James he's 100%, and he's going to be dangerous today. Boland probably also looking to open with Dup.
Yeah, the evergreen Paul Duppy would probably open with James.
And those two can certainly apply early pressure. But for now, it's Trollope and Bakker who are looking to salvage the innings and doing a good job.
There's a quick single there for Hayden.
The score moving to 40 after 16 overs, and
Hayden sitting on 15 and Dave Bakker on 14. You know, getting back to what we were saying earlier, about Roger and the work he puts in, he's got the whole over 50s World Cup that he's got to organise next year.
that's in March, and a lot of the guys hoping to get selected for that. And then, of course, the end of next month, there's a Four Nations tournament, so Roger's going to have his
busy.
hands full. Yeah, he's a busy man, but he seems to enjoy it.
Yeah. And you know, it's also just giving back. That's the reason he does this.
This breakfast is really going down so well.
Yeah, that's a good breakfast. Breakfast of champions. And Dave Bucker cuts that behind square for 4 runs.
I'm just needing to step out of the studio, but I'll be back.
Surprised he's fighting through that groin injury of his. Very much just trying to put it in the right areas rather than bowling at full tilt. Right, folks, with the score on 44 for 3 after 17 overs. Fleming will continue with the bowling from the townhouse end. Hayden clipping that to the fielder at mid-wicket, no run.
There's the man.
Gavin, welcome. Gavin.
The one who wanted to kiss me last night.
And he's laughing again.
I'm sure you folks can hear the banter in the background that's going on. A certain boarded player only pitched up for the match now. Got to bed at 2 this morning apparently. We'll rather not say who it is. Aiden pushing that back to Mr. Fleming for no run. Border guys going up for an LBW appeal, and the umpire signals leg byes. driven hard by Dave Bucket to the field ridden on for no run. And it looks like Pricey is going to continue fighting through that injury of his. I'm looking over at another big appeal that nothing came off. The border guys looked very much convinced of another LBW shot, but doesn't look like the umpires will be budging. And Hayden tucks that to square leg, just behind square. It looks like they're coming through for three. 3 ran, well run boys, well run. Moves the score up to 48 for 3 after 18 overs, with both batsmen sitting on 18 runs. Tucked to mid-wicket for a single by Captain Dave Bucket.
What?
That's the bag, yeah.
I wouldn't mind doing that,
Welcome, Sharpie. Welcome to the commentary box.
Yeah, I decided to pull Sharpers in. He's a man with a wonderful sense of humor and knowledge of the game. So Sharpie, you've had an interesting week.
Morning, boys. Yeah, it's been a wonderful week, taking home all the silverware and have a fantastic time with the troops. Lots of laughs and giggles and good cricket amongst it all as well. And just hoping that the Boland boys put up a nice little total, something to defend and give the border boys a bit of a game, eh?
Yeah, we've got one of the border players who had to go off to hospital earlier this morning.
He's just running away now.
But I think he had hydration issues that he needed to sort out. Old Gavin Stodham. I think he put just too many liquids in, and that's sometimes a problem. But he's managed to get that sorted, and he's just come back. He's got a clear bill of health.
Yeah, he said to me this morning he thought he had drank enough last night, but he was still thirsty when he woke up. Which is surprising.
And I'm not sure if it's a Tsitsikamma water or something else. We'll leave it at Tsitsikamma water. Tsitsikamma, one of the sponsors of Vets Cricket, so I suppose they wouldn't have a problem with people drinking too much water.
Okay, and looks like the
second drinks interval now.
squads are allowed onto the field for a quick drink for some of the players.
I don't think it's the official drinks break, but it's hot out there. It's not as hot as it's been this entire week. Bit of a breeze this morning, but still, spending all this time in the sun the last few days is really taking the toll on some players. So umpires are a bit lenient in that respect.
Paul du Plessis, the Boland left arm
Seema.
Swing bowler.
swing bowler. Welcome. Say hello to the folks.
Good day, everybody. Sitting here enjoying a lovely, lovely day of cricket. It's been a fantastic week, I have to say. This whole thing has been so well organised. The umpiring has been fantastic to have umpires doing it. Not necessarily always happy with the decisions, but then I don't think any cricketer ever is. But on the whole, it's been very good. How have you enjoyed this?
No, I've enjoyed it immensely. Obviously, a lot of time sitting next to a cricket field rather on it has been hard and tough on me, but it is what it is. It's been an absolutely amazing tournament.
It has indeed. Very nice to see the province won the cup section of it. We can just hope that Boland can take the plate section back to Cape Town and we'll have a clean sweep.
Yeah, we're going to do the Champions League at Grootdrak.
Yeah, play out a final of some sorts.
So we get back into the action now. Clinton Fleming bowling up to Hayden Trollope. Boland have recovered quite nicely. Nice little partnership forming here, and hopefully I can see it through and post a nice 220 total, something to bowl at,
And Hayden plays that down finally to the vacant third man boundary. Will it get there or won't it? Lefty's chasing it hard.
Lefty
and
lefty with a
picks it up.
look at that,
Yeah,
bringing back
through.
the youth. Clears the keeper. Russell Bennett picks it up there. Some real sportsmen on the field, yeah.
Yeah.
This commentary box is getting so full here. Everyone wants in. And I think it's time that maybe I go up to the top field and see what's happening there in the Northerns, the Titans versus Gauteng game. And leave it to you able people. I'll take my breakfast with me because I'd never like to leave my breakfast unfinished.
Okay, thanks Grant. And I heard an appeal or a shout up there now, so there must be some action going on. Oh, Dave Bucker. Absolutely.
Laces it.
Laces
back
it.
foot through the covers.
Paul, you've played a lot of cricket with Davey.
I think the good thing here is that Dave has started to find his rhythm. He's using his bat as opposed to his pads, and when he gets into this sort of mindset, I think he could stay there for a very long time and score a lot of runs today. I think the Boland side are depending on him today to keep us going, because if he does stay there, we're looking at 220. If he gets himself out, we might be struggling to get to 180. So it's a very, very important role he has to fill as the captain today. We'll see what happens on that side. Holding thumbs for him.
You know, I almost think the perfect batsman to be with him at this very moment is Hayden Trollope. They're old mates, they play their club cricket together, they've done it for years. And Hayden is a very calming influence on
He is
Dave.
indeed, you're quite correct. You know, it's nice because he's more the person who will rotate the strike, and Dave will be the punisher who will hit those bad balls for the four. Always works well when you dovetail with blokes who can do both.
Yes, absolutely.
I think by this stage, a few of the guys are starting to feel the niggles of age. I know Justin, who's bowling at the moment, who's coming in now. He's been struggling with a groin injury since day 2, and not at his normal pace that he would be, but he's still coming in very, very sort of accurately and hitting the deck nicely. But and as we say that, Hayden goes and plays a shot over the top, which is unlike his character. Fortunately, just clears the fielder.
I'm going to go out on a limb there and say the lack of pace from Pricey there is what got surprised Hayden. He was through that shot.
He was indeed, and possibly that's what saved him, because he was through. He hit it more in the air and over the top.
Yeah. But Pricey, being the smart bowler that he is, just wants to hit his areas and play with the pace and see if he can't generate things from there.
And Bruce, just going back to your last game that you guys played against the Gauteng guys, what was their attitude like? Did they play sort of in the spirit of the game? Because I know there have been a few niggles from the Gauteng guys at times. Very, very competitive bunch. How did you find it?
Yeah, Dubsky, wonderful bunch of boys, very, very competitive on the field, and unfortunately just overstepped the boundaries the day before. But we're well disciplined by the administrative and disciplinary committee, and we had a wonderful day against them. There was a lot of vocals and normal banter that you would get on a cricket field, but never really overstepped. So it was a wonderful game, and when you're playing with and against legends, you don't really want those particular fellows to overstep the boundaries. They must be the examples, and just show how this magnificent game should be played. Still competitively, but within the spirit and parameters of the game we expect. So all very, very well played, and at the end of the day it was nice to win one over them and take home the silverware.
Oh, God. Hayden smashed another boundary. Clipped it through the mid-wicket area for 4. It's looking like he's in his groove, eh?
It does look like it. I think he's been due a good score. Yeah, he's been practicing really, really hard back in the nets, and I'm glad for him. He loves his cricket. He works very, very hard. Normally keeps, but with Jono doing the keeping, he's doing a lot of outfielding, which he's not overly used to. But he's been exemplary in every aspect of it. Yeah. The score now stays at 66 off 20. So run rate's now just over the 3, so it's moving up nicely. Just got to keep it creeping to the 4 and then further on past the 5. But at least two guys can stay there. I think that we will post a very competitive score. Boland have shown already that they can bat, so it's very much about trying to hit the right places when we bowl and make sure that we get a score that is obtainable to defend. Alright, they've just updated the score now. It's now 69 from 20.
It's actually 70.
Oh, is it? Okay, apologies.
6 plus 4 is 7.
Yeah,
70
so
for 3.
70. The score is on the computer a little bit behind, and maybe they've run out of fingers, I'm not sure.
Yeah, so current run rate of 3.3, looking at a projected score of 150 if they just continue the way they are now. But
Does someone know the bowler?
Here's what I found.
Hello, my granddaughter.
Who's bowling there now? Gav, who's bowling?
Beautiful, my friend. Really?
I think this might be Andrew Emsley.
Andrew.
I think
Andrew Emsley coming into the attack from the townhouse end.
Replacing Clinton, who bowled a fairly tight spell. A couple of boundaries off each over, which made his figures a little.
You see, guys, I'm getting phone calls now. Who went to hospital?
Some chirping from the supporters. Oh, Dave slaps that to the square leg boundary for another 4.
I think it's also very indicative of Dave's style of batting, that when he does swing, even if he doesn't connect it properly like he just did now, it still goes for 4 and he finds a nice little gap through the gate to go down to the bottom field too. So
Tennis
Good
courts or
walking.
something down there. KG found it and the ball's back onto the field.
Yeah, I think Andrew might take a little while to warm up with his bowling. He's just come off 100 yesterday. Might still be a little stiffness in the muscles. Might need to just get through this over, and maybe we'll see the best of him thereafter.
Yes. It's good quality cricketer, eh?
Fantastic cricketer.
And Woody's on the field.
I think the standout for me has been how competitive all the guys still are, even over the 50 age that we are. The level of cricket has really, really been very good. It shows that Vets cricket is going to go from the up to the up and further on. We arrived back in Cape Town, and on Wednesday we already play our first Vets game for the league, and then again on Friday.
Dave smashes
that is a
that.
fantastic
Unbelievable shot by Dave Plucker.
And Dave races to 32, and total now goes to 78. So it's really is looking good.
What do you, Paul? You know, it's obviously all speculation at this stage, but what do you think the Boland team is going to do from here? Obviously, these two are trying to consolidate it, and at some point, there will have to be some acceleration. What do you think that point would be for them?
I think at 35 overs, Dave will try and start to move the score up a little bit, but his natural game is to play competitively and to play with aggression from the word go. So I don't think that he's going to change his game plan regardless. I think Hayden is the one who will start to accelerate things by the 35th over, and I think if there are wickets in hand when we reach 40, those last 5 overs are going to be very exciting to watch.
Yeah, because I think, as I've said it earlier as well, I mean, this Boland team with Colin Myberg being due to bat at number 10, I mean, that's a top 5 batter on any given day. Obviously, his role for today is more with the ball in hand, but it's nice to have that batting depth. You know, we've got Gavin Baywatch Thunder, I think he's in next.
Yeah.
We've got Akil Kippido.
Then you got Varma.
John Bolton, Colin Myberg, and then either you or James Albani.
Yes, I think James will be doing those duties again. I've come along as a specialist bowler for this tour. But I think, it gets summed up very well by when I was at school and I batted number 11. There was a teacher, Mr. Keith Richardson, who was our cricket coach, and he at the time, when I went to him after having scored runs in one game, I said to him, sir, surely now I should be able to come up the order. And all he said to me is, we can bat to number 11. And I think that's exactly what we have in the Boland setup. We can bat all the way through to number 11. Any one of the 11 could go out there and keep a bat and last 10, 15 overs without too much problem at all.
Yes, I agree with you.
It's a very lucky position to be in when you have a batting lineup that can go all the way to 11 and no specialist bowlers. It makes a big difference. A lot of excitement going on somewhere. It's definitely not here.
Yeah, it's hockey.
It's down at the hockey fields.
There's a hockey field down the bottom, and there's some serious cheering going on there.
I think the cheering stemmed when you actually mentioned Mr. Keith Richardson's name. Having been under his tutelage as well, he really knew his number 11 batsman, primarily because he was a hockey player and could never play the ball straight. So yeah, Mr. Richardson is listening in. Good morning, sir, from Bruce Sharp, and I hope you have a wonderful day today. And yeah, it's a lovely day at Cricks with the hockey fellas, and young ladies next door to us. Seems to be a very exciting game down below.
Aiden's coming back for it. No.
I must say, with the heat that we're experiencing in Joburg, I really do not think I could manage to run around on a hockey field.
No.
Hard enough running around on a cricket field. I'll take my hat off to them down there. They're definitely a lot younger than we are, so that does help. But did any of you guys watch the rugby last night? Stormers versus Osprey?
No, I didn't watch. What was what
16 all final score, and
Sure.
it was a horrendous conditions to play in. The rain was pouring down. Osprey managed to seal the draw with a last minute conversion from the touchline, which really made a big difference. Oh, that's a fine drive from
Unbelievable.
Hayden.
Fine drive from Aiden Troller for a forward. Woody, Warren Wood, as you guys can hear from the spectators close to the commentary box, there's some people next to the field that believe old Warren Wood didn't do his absolute best there.
Hayden very sensibly just blocks the next one, and that is drinks. 23 overs gone, and the score now 84. So very, very good comeback from Boland after those first three quick wickets. So nice to see.
And folks, I think we are going to step out of the commentary box for this drinks break, and we'll see you after drinks.
Indeed we will.
Hi, I'm Phil Wilson, Sales Director for Evergreen Lifestyle. Today I'd like to tell you about one of our amazing incentives for retiree purchases. It's called Try Before You Buy. If you're unsure about buying into one of our exceptional evergreen villages, come and stay with us for 2 or 3 nights, free of charge, and you can experience the evergreen lifestyle firsthand. So if you're ready to try out the evergreen lifestyle, contact us.
Right, folks, and we are back after the drinks break. Myself and Paul du Plessis with Henny Fourie joining us in a little bit of Afrikaans commentary. Welcome, Henny.
Môre mense. Dankie Claude, Dupie, julle doen 'n goeie job hierso. Hoe gaan dit met die kommentaar op die feed? Sarah Bolton al veel kommentaar gelewer?
Sarah het al, ek is besig om 'n klomp boodskappe hier te kry.
I think the big thing here is you can see how focused Dave is. That he was walking out way before anybody else back to the wicket to go and face. He really has got his mind in the right place at the moment.
Ja, Dupie stem saam daarmee.
Let's just have a look and see what we have on the live feed here.
En hy die bat nou lekker begin kry. Bat op bol.
Andrew bowling his second over. He's starting to see a little more rhythm to his bowling. His line and length very, very good again. And a very quick single there from Dave puts himself under a little bit of pressure at the bowling end, but he gets through safely. No need for any appeals or anything.
Takes the score up to 85. Oh, and Dave looks focused there.
He does look very focused. The last time I think I saw him this sort of focus, he did go in to score a really big 100. So we can hope that it does end up like that today as well, for the sake of the whole Boland side and for the Boland region.
Yeah. He's really a guy that wants to lead from the front.
Absoluut.
And Hayden is doing a fantastic job supporting him. Well, actually outscoring him at this stage, but...
Ja, en jy weet, Hayden gaan daar staan en die bal eenvoudig werk. Presies daar doen en net wat ek sê.
Justin Price struggling there.
You can see now the 4 days of cricket has really started to get into them. And even chasing a ball to the boundary now is just becoming almost non-existent as that ball just trickles over the boundary line.
Well, it was well placed.
It was very, very well played by Hayden.
Yeah, but Pricey was telling me now in the drinks break that it's the groin, it's the thigh. He has to bowl, because they need him as a bowler, and they're going to need him as a batsman probably this afternoon as well. And
You're very right there, yes. He's one of their stalwarts of the batting lineup. And they do have some very good people who can hold a bat. Lefty, who's been in fine form with the bat at
Russell
the moment.
Bennett.
But Justin is a key role along there as well. So it's very important that he does keep his injuries under wraps and gets out there and does the thing when he needs to bat.
Driven very hard by
fine shot. Fine
over the boundary.
Uitstekend nou daar so
Ja, Hayden is just coming into his own now.
Wat reken julle ouens? Ek dink die onmiddellike doelwit is 180 daarop sit. Enigiets meer as dit 'n bonus. Veranderheid het so 'n bietjie opgetel nou.
Henny, I tend to say, I think 180 is a competitive score. You'd have to really bowl well to be able to defend that. Anything around the 220, 230 mark, I think is going to be very difficult for Border to chase. They need somebody to really get in and stay there the whole innings.
Ek dink vir enige span vir wat dit werd is. 230 op hierdie trek.
Yeah. This track's very inconsistent. A lot of the balls do stay low, some of them are popping. It's not an easy track to bat on, and hence maybe one of the reasons why I'm quite glad that I am as the specialist bowler today.
Yeah, so for you folks that don't know how it works, we've said it earlier as well, but veterans cricket, you play with 12 players. All 12 can bowl. Obviously only 11 on the field, but only 11 can bat. And it was a bit of a coin toss between Paul and James Albani, but James Albani will probably take 11. But again, and I've said it earlier, with this batting lineup, Colin Myburgh at 10.
Yeah.
You feel if you've got wickets in hand towards the end, yes, the Boland side lost.
Jonathan op 9.
Jonathan Bolton at 9. Akil Kipido at 7, I think, or
Yes,
6.
he is correct.
You've got Gavin Stanley to come. You've got Varma to come. They're all decent batsmen. They're all good batsmen. They all play their club cricket as proper all-rounders. You know, Jono Bolton often bats in the top 4 or 5.
En dis waar dit belangrik is dat ons die randerheid nou so 'n bietjie opkry. En hopelik het ons hulle nie nodig nie, Claude, né?
Nee, hopelik het ons hulle nie nodig nie. Jy weet
Maar hulle is daar.
They are there.
Ja, so weer eens 'n warm dagie by Wanderers. Die hele week was warm geweest, maar ek moet sê dit was nie onuithoudbaar geweest nie. Jy weet, daar's heeltyd 'n briesie wat waai oor die veld. Heidiglike briesie saam met die bowler.
Forecasting some rain here. I know that they haven't had rain for the last few months, so I know they're very desperate for some rain to fall.
Ek dink April laaste hulle reën gehad, het iemand gesê.
Justin's still hitting his spots there as he's bowling, but you can see he's very sore. It's a lot of effort goes in every single ball that he runs up and bowls.
Ja, daai hammy is nie lekker nie.
Yeah.
Maar anders is grens.
I think it's pretty much
Enigiets,
thigh, groin.
Maar Grens
a
baie
note.
goeie veldwerk span. Hulle sit die standaard daar vir veldwerk.
Just a note also that I find very sort of interesting is that for the vet cricket, with the older guys, having to put in so much cricket in such a short period of time, I understand that administrating and trying to get the games all in, but it's very, very tough on the body. And even at professional level, when the chaps are playing at the top level, they don't do this amount of cricket. So it's a real feather in the cap to the older guys here who are being able to maintain this sort of level of cricket at this sort of competitively with the bodies feeling as sore as they are.
Ja, nee, dis 'n kompliment aan enige ou wat hier is hierdie week en die spiere is maar nie meer wat dit was nie. Ek is baie bly dat ons 15, 16 weke terug al begin oefen het. Doopie, ons het hom lank gebou in daai indoor nette by PRG en shout-out na Paul Rooster met hulle pragtige binneshuise fasiliteite. Maar ek onthou ons het die bal ten minste vir 'n uur en 'n half.
2 hours.
Trots. Dit was nog wel quite skouers geweest.
2.5 hour stints that some of us put in.
I think that's a very valid point that you brought up there now, Henny, because we have found, for example, Eastern Province, who had very little practice before they came, struggled, they got a lot of injuries, Border themselves organised 3 matches as practice matches, and they too couldn't play any of them due to the rain that they were sort of receiving at the time. So they've only really had a proper, their first game against us was actually their very first game together, so it made it very difficult for them.
Finally played by Hayden.
Another lovely.
Price is chasing, but I think it's going to come to the down.
Ek dink die bal gaan die Hammy wen op hierdie ene.
Finally played by Hayden Troller to bring up his 50. Unbelievable. His first 50 of the tournament, and so well deserved, especially in the circumstances he had to go into back today.
Fantasties, Hayden. Dit is 'n baie gedissiplineerde inning sover. Die 2 manne het onder hoë druk ingegaan. Die paadjies plat en uitstekende momentum op die oomblik.
And as I was saying, Lefty, I spoke to him after the first game, and he said that he had some players in his team who he actually wasn't quite sure what their strengths were. So he had to try and find a few little, chat to a few of the guys to find out when does the bloke bowl, that sort of thing. And that purely comes from lack of practice and lack of match time, because people might bowl differently in a net to what they actually bowl in the match. So, and that brings up the 100 for the guys. So
that's
Boland
100
now,
up.
100 off 25, and definitely looking at a nice.
Going at 4 and over now.
Correct.
Ja, Doopie, om terug te kom na die spiere toe. Ek meen, as mense nou luister, is dit waarskynlik mense wat ken van cricket hou en cricket self gespeel het, maar ek dink mense besef nie hoeveel spiere jy gebruik in die game van cricket nie, nê. Ek meen, as jy nou lank nie gespeel het nie, jou tussenrib spiere is seer, jou skouers is seer, jou hammies, jou kuite. So die sport, cricket, jy gebruik nogal heel paar muscles in die.
Well, there's a lot of pressure on the body for a cricket match. Oh, Dave Bakker slaps that.
Ja, nee,
bounces over Lefty's head.
Dis David Bakker daar, hy speel lekker deur die bal. Jy kan hoor as hy bat en hy die bal begin tref, dan hoor jy vir Dave bat.
Look, if Dave hits a ball, it stays hit. It's just the way it is. It looks like that one went over the fence.
En ons het nog 'n bal nodig.
The other nice thing that they are allowing in this sort of tournament is that when there's a gap of any sort, you can take water out to the batsmen or to the fielders, and I think that has been an absolute blessing, because it really is hot, and for people from the sort of Cape and Boland and the Eastern Cape area, you're not used to this sort of heat, so it's very, very refreshing to get a drink sort of every 10 overs, 5 overs, whenever you need it, and especially as batsmen, because you're in an intense concentration the whole way through your innings, and you're constantly running between the wickets, looking for the gaps in the field. So that refreshing drink is very important
ek
to the mind.
dink dit is 'n baie belangrike punt om gehidreerd te bly, veral in hierdie kondisies, die warm weer en so aan, en dan natuurlik moet natuurlik ook nie uitlos die verversings wat in die aande geniet word nie, nê?
Natuurlijk.
I must say that's also I found quite interesting, is that often and when you go on tours, the guys tend to overindulge a bit in the evenings, but the amount of drinking that the guys have been doing has actually been very limited.
No,
They've taken this very serious. It's been very pleasing to see that everybody is there for their teammates and for their team and playing proper representative cricket.
Absoluut. En die spangees, ons het 'n fantastiese spangees in Boland. Wonderlik om te ervaar, maar ook die spangees onder die spanne. Jy weet, die ouens kom, ons het volgende al 'n hele paar ouens gehad, TP ouens en ander ouens, OP wat kom kyk het. Ek dink Bruce het hy stint gehad nou kommentaar hierso. Sharpie, baie lekker in die netwerk wat hou op nuwe mense leer ken, verskillende dele van ons land.
I think that's a very true point, that you here, you are competitors, but off the field you're mates, and that's the big thing. We had this morning
And that's
Mario.
Dave
Oh,
clipping
that
at
is a great shot.
Ja, great shot.
square leg for another boundary.
Ja, vertel van Mario. Ja,
We had Mario this morning, who's
Mario
the
Solomon's from Western Province.
correct,
Yeah.
who was down here helping us with the warm-up drills, helping our wicket-keeper, throwing balls to him, and that just shows the spirit that this whole tournament is being played in when you've got your opposition who are down there helping you with the
warm-ups.
fielding practices and the warm-ups and supporting you
En hy het
during
vir
the
Jonathan
games.
besig gehou met die keeping, nee. Hy het hom properly opgewarm.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
he's,
Mario,
he's a top-class
being
keeper.
a very, very fine wicket keeper in his own right.
Another fantastic shot.
Dave now
Dave.
is really starting to
Dave
find
is
his
starting
groove,
to
and
find his rhythm.
every little shot he's playing now is into a gap and going to the boundary at this stage.
You guys know, but on the more funny side, how was that view in the reception area of the hotel with Grant the Clown Jansen from Western Province
Wat
sitting dressed up?
wat
in-
gebeur het toe ek
in
nou
die
vanoggend
Boland
in die ontbytsaal instap. Toe sien ek hier sit die Boland manne om die lang tafel en ek kyk so en ek dink maar wie's hier wat klaar reg is vir die game. Hy het sy lang broek aan, cap op, alles. Ek dink maar hierdie man van ons is dan nou reg want hy het nie sy opwarmklere aan nie. Toe ek sien toe sit Grant. Wat's Grant se van? Jansen van WP wat die volle Boland klere aangetrek het en by ons sit en ontbyt eet. Dit was nogal 'n oomblik geweest.
Ja, dit was spesiaal, maar dit wys ook net weer die kameraderie
Goeie
en die
gees.
spangees tussen die spanne.
Ja. Miskien het hy daar 'n skimp gegooi, Lord.
Ja, I was
Miskien
hoping,
moet dit daai gedeelte eerder uitlos nou.
I was hoping it might be a skimp for a little nudge and a wink to say
Waar is die
this is how I
grens
do it.
tussen
This
Kaapstad en Stellenbosch?
This is what I look like in a Boland kit, you know, and he's a wonderful player.
En dalk 'n boodskap daar vir
But
WP gestuur, nee.
but a province player through and through. He is, yeah.
I think Henry, you're very correct. There's a very thin line between the sort of Western Province and the Boland areas. We're very close to each other, and there's a lot of interaction between the two unions, where you've got guys playing cricket in the province and also playing out in the Boland. But ultimately, if you live out in the Boland, you tend to represent where you live, and that's where most of it is. The only crossover that has come in is Rian van der Rede, who represented South Africa in the very, very first inaugural World Cup in Australia, and went over and as a result ended up playing for province then, and hence with the last trials tended to stay and play for the province union, although his heart still very much is in the Boland sort of section. So I don't think it'll be long before we see him sort of popping over.
Ja, dit moet moeilik vir hom
joining
ook
us.
wees, jy weet.
So,
Sy hart is definitief vir Bolander.
You know, another guy comes to mind with that is Louis Kuhn, the
Yeah,
Western
you're
Province
very
captain.
correct.
He lives in Paul.
Yeah.
He's an ex-Boland first-class player, played a lot of first-class cricket for Boland. But I think it was the same story. It's a result of Western Province setup their vet setup has been going longer than the Boland setup, and we've got to respect that as well.
No, correct. And Will Newman is another one. He's out in the
Vredenburg.
Langebaan, Vredenburg area, who
Wie's dit?
for all
And Will Newman.
For all intents and purposes, it falls under the Boland, although it is closer for him to drive from Langebaan to Cape Town than it is from him out to the Boland area.
Hayden clips that to lefty sweeping there on the square leg boundary.
Bietjie van die punt af, ek is so beïndruk geweest met die vroue cricket hier, die nette hier langs staan en die vrouens en die jong meisies wat cricket oefen. Ek dink ons kan in die Boland 'n bietjie probeer momentum bou met vroue of meisie cricket, nee.
There's a very big drive for it. It's a proper setup at this stage, but as part of one of our aims of Vets Cricket, our Dignity Project and so forth, under the astute leadership of James Albani, yes, Boland Vets will get involved in that and helping women's cricket wherever we can.
Ja.
To grow it.
I think it's a very, very good point that you bring up there with vet cricket. A large amount of these blokes didn't play cricket a couple of years ago, and now that the cricket is built up and the vet cricket is going, they're playing cricket. Secondly, they're putting back into cricket through means of coaching, getting involved in dignity projects, which we were talking about, and it is really quite an honourable thing to see the way that cricketers are able to get back to helping communities and that sort of thing, purely from a ground point of being ex-cricketers, and it is fantastic. There's so much work that can be done, and it's just going to take time, but you can see it's already that ball is rolling in the right direction. It's fantastic.
Ja, dis nogal 'n gesprek gewees hierdie hele week. Ek dink almal is positief oor veteraan cricket. Ek dink baie ouens as hulle sien ek kan actually weer provinsiale klere kry. Jy weet, ek dink daar's baie ouens wat graag sal wil begin weer speel en deel raak van die hele setup. Wat ook vir my baie goed was om te hoor is hoeveel ouens soos die ouens beter leer ken die week. Hoeveel ouens betrokke is by cricket en gemeenskapsprojekte, alles met cricket. Rappersie, dis vir my verbasend geweest. Daar's baie ouens, nee, James en ek wil nie iemand iets so uitsingle nie, maar
no, it's very
dis
true.
besonder.
There are a lot of the people, playing vets have been involved in sort of coaching and stuff like that, but the thing that's encouraging is that there were lots that weren't, and now that they've got involved in this whole vets thing, they're now looking for the opportunities to be able to help with, whether it be coaching, whether it be sort of giving back to communities with their old sort of kit and stuff like that. It's all very, very positive in the long run, and can only benefit cricket throughout South Africa regardless.
Ja, ons het mos 'n versoek gehad van enige iemand wat ou toerusting het om dit te skenk, en die ouens het onmiddellik reageer op ons WhatsApp groep, en sommer vinnig is daar 'n paar ou pads en kolwe beskikbaar gemaak.
Daar was fietsse beskikbaar gemaak. Ek het pluimbalrakette gesien op die stadion. En dit is alles geskenk aan ons assistentbestuurder Gershon Witboy vir sy
Pragtig van die tone afgespeel daar, Dave Bakker vir 4.
Dave is definitely.
And that takes Dave to his 50.
now.
Well batted, Dave. Captain's innings so far.
Boland now at 120 after 27 overs are really looking in a very, very nice situation considering where we were after the first 3 wickets.
So
went
just
down
to
less than 10.
Give everybody an update, the score obviously being 120 for 3 at the moment, but the projected score is sitting at 199. So it's moving in the right direction. Guys are going at 4.4 and over.
Nou weer eens hierdie interessante spel cricket. Ek meen, was dit 9 lopies vir 3 paaltjies?
Ja.
En nie net wat se 3 paaltjies, jy praat van Ibrahim, Andre Geldenhuys, Jacques Engelbrecht. Dis sleutel kolwers vir ons daai. Nou wys jy net die belangrikheid van wat ons nou maar in Engels sê om 'n innings te bou wat hierdie twee menere nou hierso doen. Verander die game totaal en al.
Oh.
And also I think, as you say, the very important thing is to have depth within your batting lineup, because when those first few wickets fall, you need to be able to have batsmen that can stick around and bat through. And this is what we're seeing here now with these two chaps at the wicket.
En dis nie maklik om daar in te stap na 3 paaltjies plat nie. Uit 'n ingesteldheid oogpunt moet jou kop reg wees. So baie respek vir die twee manne wat hulle so ver bereik het. Ja, so ons het 'n bietjie met van die skeieregters gesels gister en hele kwessie rondom weerlig hierso bo neem hulle baie ernstig op. Gister toe WP teen die Titans speel, kon ons hulle sit en kyk, toe kon ons sien op die horison is daar 'n bietjie weerlig. En
Hayden Trollope coming back for a second run after tucking it just behind square on the leg side. Sorry, Annie, for interrupting you there.
En die skeieregters het actually 'n applikasie of 'n app wat hulle kan kyk hoe ver die weerlig weg is, en ek dink hulle het gesê is amper 30 km, dan moet die spelers van die veld afkom. Dit was nie lank nie toe hoor ons die sirene afgaan van Wanderers, ek dink is Wanderers golfklub hier agter ons, en toe is die spelers af, en dan moet jy afbly vir ek dink 30 minute. So hele kwessie rondom weerlig, hulle vat nie kanse hierso nie.
Ja.
En die weerlig het vergelyk, ek dink was nie naby ons gewees nie. 'n Paar van ons manne in die Boland span wat nie so baie op die hoofveld wel was nie, het die gedreun van die weerlig nogal opgetel. Afskrikkerig gelyk wil ek sê.
Guys are going to coming back into the attack.
He had a sterling game in his last game. His first 3 wickets, he actually took the 3 wickets without conceding a run.
Yes.
Ja, hy het aan die begin vir Dave baie geplaas daar op die pad, né?
No, he's a very good bowler.
Graag sien wat nou gaan gebeur want hy se oog is in.
I think as a right-hand batsman, you always tend to struggle a little bit against left-hand quickies anyway, because they have that ability to move it in and move it away from you slightly, and it's, you know, also due to the...
Groot
Well,
six.
Dave is
As I
hitting
say
a
that,
big
Dave
six. He
hits probably
picked
one of
that
the
up
biggest
and
sixes of
almost
his
killed
Die physio.
the physio. Almost killed the Boland
bal het
wicketkeeper,
reg-
Jonathan Bolton, lying there on the physio bench.
Daai bal het reg langs Jonathan geland. Baie bly dat dit hom nie getref nie. So Dave het definitief ander planne nou.
As I said, Dave is a very aggressive batsman, and if the ball is there to be hit, most of us would probably defend it. He will swing through and hit it regardless. He's got an incredibly good eye. He's not a Dutch international for no
For
reason
no
at all.
reason. And he's a big, tall, strong guy. So
Solid.
En Boland dadelik 'n man uitgeskuif na die grens toe waar hy die bal oor wat is Afrikaans vir kelklot. Diep.
Goeie.
Quick corner.
Dis 'n speech wie se man ook net wat inkom.
Yeah, but I think in general it's just called cow corner. English
Cow
and
corner, ja.
Afrikaans. I wonder where that term originated, cow corner.
It actually started in the UK, where
Dit jy moet nou nie jou ouderdom nie weggee nie.
it actually started where they used to have a paddy field next to a cricket field, and the cows used to wander onto the field, and it used to be on that section. And it goes way back to
Oh,
those
yeah.
days. I don't know the years, but I do know that story because I did inquire on that once. And the cows used to wander onto the field. So they called that cow corner from there on, and it's been like that ever since.
Dis baie interessant. Het jy verwag om 'n antwoord te kry daarso, Claude?
I was not quite expecting
Ja,
that
dat
level
daar 'n
of
regte
answer.
antwoord was nie, ja.
Look, in the UK, I think whoever's played there will know that you actually have cricket grounds with trees still on the actual fields.
Yes.
And there are
Yes,
rules
hy
that
het
they
pragtig van die been
Dave
afgespeel
now
daarso.
really is
Dave
coming
is
to
just
his
looking
own.
like
He
$1
is-
million.
Daai was
Getting
presies die
to
bal
his
wat hom pad getref het. Aan die begin is ek reg, min of meer.
Min of
Yeah,
meer?
it is. You're 100% correct. In the first spell that Kaiser bowled, he was hitting on the pad there. Now he's just
Playing
hitting
through
it
the ball
with
straight bat.
absolute ease to the boundary. And I was saying in the UK, so what they do is they have a tree there, and if the ball hits the tree, they're actually, the rule is it will be a 6, and if it's sort of, you know, to the side, if it would have been a 6, and then they don't. It hits the tree, bounces to the ground, and they throw it back in.
Sure. You know, so Davis accelerated really nicely here. At one stage his strike rate was sitting at in the 40s. A couple of overs back, and he's now 62 runs of 69 balls.
Mooi
moving
gelost
strike
daar,
rate
Dave.
8 to 89.
You can see the frustration coming through to Kaiser now as he runs up. He actually put his back into that one, back to his old days, and with his follow-up almost right up to Dave's face. So that level of competitiveness is still very much there, and I think any bowler who enjoys cricket does not like to be hit for boundaries. And
No,
to fetch 2 in a row after a 6 and a 4, you can see there just pushing it through. But Dave's looking very comfortable at the moment.
Daai
I've just received a comment here from Graham Skeldon.
ja, Graham, baie
saying,
dankie vir die
thanks, Graham.
kompliment, ja.
For the compliment.
Dankie dat jy kyk en luister. Ons mis jy natuurlik
Graham is
hierso.
actually moving up, or he's coming up to Joburg next week, so he's actually unable to play in the Vets cricket game because he's coming up for work. So
He was injured, unfortunately, as well.
he was injured, you're quite correct, yes.
Wonderful swing bowler. That might have meant you, if Graham came, you might have not opened the bowling.
No, you're quite sure I would not have.
Ja, Graham is 'n uitstekende bowler en ons mis jou hierso, Graham.
Also highly competitive and loves his cricket. Possibly, I think his injury came from playing soccer, and that's, you know, maybe as we get older, soccer becomes a little bit more difficult for us to be playing, and he should stick to his number one love of cricket, and he wouldn't be worried with injuries. I know just recently we had the Golden Oldies World Cup rugby, which was done, and one of our players, Gavin Stander, actually partook in it and played in all the games and finished his last game on the Saturday, and he was available on the Sunday for a cricket match. So I take my hat off to guys like that who can still be that competitive, still be that physical and not walk away with injuries.
Hy was blykbaar in daai wedstryd laat getackle.
Ja.
Op die kortrip en hy het beseer opgedaag by ons wedstryd.
Just for the other folks listening in the Graham saying we've got to stop it now.
Het is hom dan mooi gepolish.
Graham
is hy gepolish nou.
Ego there a little bit.
Okay.
Straight for the ego, Graham. I'll tell you another thing that this whole tournament has really taught me is how much respect I have for the international players who go away from homes for periods of 3 and 4 months at a time. It's really, I mean, we've been away for a week.
Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
been very, very tough on missing family and sort of your natural home life that you sort of used to, and going away and doing this. And it's fantastic to be with the mates, but I think it's also a very important role that as parents we feel being with the family and being at home to look after it. So I think a big shout out to all the moms and the families and the kids that are back home and have supported us with this venture. So thank you very much for that.
Ja, Doopie.
Ja, Doopie.
Baie goeie punt.
Couldn't have said it.
Well, Lefty's back into the attack, and he is really probably one of the more wily left-hand cricketers that I've played with and against.
Coming from another very wily left-handed bowler in Paul next to us.
No, he really reads the game so well. His ability to change the field to suit his bowling is quite incredible, and he goes for very, very few runs.
Nou, hy het uitstekende golfbeurt gehad teen Gauteng, hè?
Yeah, correct.
As ek reg is.
He basically, I mean, he scored 72, but he came in at a point when the border didn't look like they had much chance of winning the game, and him and along with Justin really did pull it together and see him through to the end, just for the other guys to finish it off.
Dit was 'n uitstekende wedstryd geweest. Dalk die beste wedstryd van die week sover, né?
I think for me, I also thought the Western Province Gauteng game was a brilliant one, because they were in big trouble at one stage, and it took a lot of hard effort from old Alan Dawson at the time to
Hulle het baie mooi
bat,
terugbeklei.
and he batted beautifully to be able to get there. And I think, you know, that just shows the class and the step up between a normal sort of club cricketer and a sort of decent provincial player to an international player. There is a big step up.
Yes, no,
They play at a different level.
Jy kan definitief die ouens sien wat internasionaal gespeel het in die toernooi. Die Louis Koene van die wêreld, Alan Dawson, nog baie ander name, Steven Jack. Die ouens het baie natuurlike oog, jy weet, hulle Clive Eksteen. Jy kan werklik sien dat hulle het op daai vlak cricket gespeel.
So yeah, guys, just update the live chat. I see Cappy's is also watching you on Cap there from the Scorpions and the Stellenbosch Strikers. Cedric is very busy over here. Thanks, Cedric, for the nice words. And yes, it is any Fury in the commentary box with us doing the Afrikaans. And I see Mrs. Khadija Kipido saying awesome batting, Dave and Hayden.
Khadija's had a very
well played by the captain.
She's had a very tough time because her husband Avril, or Akil as we now know him, he actually was in Australia with the last South African over 60s group. And
Wat onlangs was, hulle
a couple of weeks later
exactly,
he's over here.
and he's now playing for the over 50s interprovincial tournament. And so over there they played 7 games in 9 days of 45 overs. So
Dis ongelooflik.
he's an incredibly fit young man. For an over 60, he turned 60 about a couple of months back. But he really is an exemplary example of what you can do if you stay active all the way through.
Ja, en ek het met Akil gesels en jy het genoem van die familie vir sy vrou daarso. wat vir die ondersteuning, ek het vir hom gevra, Kiel, nou maar jy was nou net op 'n toernooi, is dit nie 'n bietjie rof om nou weer vir 'n week weg te wees nie. Toe sê hy vir my, nee, ek geniet elke oomblik wat ek hier is.
KG continuing. Dave was a little bit early on that one.
Bietjie oor die lyn gespeel daar.
I played cricket with Akil at Raffersdal for many, many years, and he was a that could be a very good shot. He was a very, very competitive young man, but an ability to turn the ball immensely and to pitch it in the right places, which makes all the difference.
Ek bedoel, as jy kyk na ou soos Akil en jy kyk na James in ons span, maar 'n mooi Afrikaanse woord soepelheid. Daai ouens is so soepel, nee, hulle strek, hulle doen hulle oefeninge. Ek weet James is al lank besig met 'n winterprogram. Hy het vir my gesê nie, ek wil nie meer die vinnigste wees nie, alhoewel hy nog baie vinnig wil. Hy wil net so lank as moontlik kan wil. En dis waarvoor hy voorberei het.
Yeah, and I think, but I think today's the day we might see James O'Barney bending his back a little bit.
Ek het 'n vermoede hy gaan wiele gee vandag, ja.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a couple of nervous border batsmen this afternoon.
Ek dink ek weet nie of mense op pitch vision kan sien nie, maar vir die wat kyk, gaan vanmiddag gaan kyk, James sal die bowling open. Dit gaan moeilik wees om te sien met die lyn van die pitch vision, maar hoe ver Jonathan Bolton agter die paaltjies staan. Dis maklike golfbladlengte agter die paaltjies as James bowl.
Yeah.
I reckon for his age, James must be one of the quickest fast bowlers still around. I mean, he's now
definitely.
50, what's he, 56? And he really bowls with a serious amount of gas. Yeah, and the last game we played 2 days ago, which was against Eastern Province, was the first time I actually saw him bend his back a bit, and he got a couple to go just above the head level, and I really don't think I'd enjoy facing him. He is really, really quick, and he's such a nice person. And
Did he hit, if you remember correctly, hit one batsman?
he did hit one on the sort of shoulder, and he was the first one to go down and apologise, but he really has that ability to be incredibly quick, and his line length is superb.
Wat is James 55, né?
He's 55, 56, yeah. Clinton. Yeah. Clinton's back into the attack.
Clinton Fleming.
Clinton Fleming.
Niks nie doodseker waaroor daai gegaan het nie.
Clinton is a policeman by trade at home, back home. He's just recently got married, and also a very, very nice person.
White ball.
Daar's die wydloper.
I think if I'm not mistaken, he's in the dog unit, working with training dogs and stuff like that.
Okay.
I met
Hulle doen
Clinton,
ongelooflike werk hoor.
I met Clinton the first time they had a South African Invitational 11. I went up to play in the sort of Neisner tournament that they had going there, and he very, very competitive. He played in our team with us. We had a couple of other nice guys there, Alan Dawson, Steve Palfram, and some big names that were there. And it was a very, very well organised tournament as well. Also, probably my first Vets tournament I went to. And you got to meet so many people there that you see again here today. And it's really lovely to play cricket with those guys, build relationships and friendships as you go.
I scramble through for a single.
Okay,
Jy kan duidelik sien dat hy baie mooi kyk na daai hamstring.
Dave has passed Hayden now quite easily at 67 and Hayden on 60. Guys are doing beautifully. 31 overs gone, 141 score. So it's
Dit maak 'n ander span moedeloos as jy 3 vinnige wickets gekry het en die volgende 2 manne staan beide in hulle 60s, né?
no, exactly, and especially in this heat, you know, none of us are used to this heat. You know, maybe the Titans guys and the Gauteng guys are used to it, but another good 2 runs coming there.
split 2 runs.
Ek dink daar's 'n paar mense in die Kaap wat nie met jou gaan saamstem daarso nie. Ek dink ons ken 2 plekkies genaamd Wellington en die Parel in Februarie maand.
Stellenbosch.
But it's not hot like this for long periods.
Nie aanhoudend
You'll
nie.
get
Ja.
2-3 days and then it'll cool down a bit. But yeah, we're having a lot of heat.
Okay, so things are moving along nicely. Current run rate 4.5.
Ons het lanklaas 'n
score
grenshou
203.
gesien. Skus, weer?
Projected score 203.
Ja.
It's moving in the right direction.
Lanklaas 'n grenshou gesien. Maar weer eens, dit wys jou net weer die dissipline van die 2 kolwers daar buite. Die kanse te vat nie, wag vir die slegte bal en hom te berg.
I just received a message now from Cedric Lottering saying he thinks Dave's going to get a big 100. Cedric, we are all hoping he gets it. He deserves it.
Oh, whoa.
And with that, Dave unfortunately perishes, hitting a beautiful shot to deep mid-off.
Baie goeie vangskoot op die grens. Dit is nie maklik om hierdie pinkbal in die lug te sien nie. Uitstekende vangskoot daar. En 'n wonderlike golfbeer deur Dave Bakker ons kaptein.
Dave going for 68 at a time when it was really needed. Welcome, Mario.
Welcome, Mario.
Hey Mario.
We were talking about you a bit earlier with regards to your helping our wicketkeeper with these warm-ups.
Oh, and that's he's on the stretcher now. So it wasn't a good idea.
Dave, well done.
Excellent, Dave. Good.
So we've got Akil Kipida with number 20 on his back, walking out to back now. Join Aiden.
Akil in his South African stint in Australia top scored with a 70 odd in his one inning, so he's definitely no mug with a bat as well.
Verseker nie, en hy het 'n baie rustige geaardheid, né?
You know, and I also found out this week that he's a former SA indoor captain.
Correct, yes.
And that means he must be able to bat.
No, he played indoor cricket for many, many years.
Who's the bowler?
Who's bowling there at the moment?
Yeah, I think they out.
Joseph Shaw.
Joseph Shaw.
We've got Joseph Shaw coming into the attack for the first time today. Okay guys, and on that note I'm going to excuse myself and leave it up to you two for a little bit. Taking a little bit of a break.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'll
Hou
be
nie
back in a little bit.
hou nie die stembande geolie klot.
That is what I'm going to try and do.
I think the scorer would like a drink, and so would we.
Okay. Jean-Luc?
Same for me, please, thanks. The first ball from Joseph is very comfortably played by Hayden to square leg, and they run through for a quick single.
Maar dit
Puts
lyk of
Akil
hy
on
nie heeltemal
strike.
sterk, ja. Eerste bal Joseph lyk nie heeltemal gemaklik nie. Dit lyk of daar 'n niggle in die been is.
Hayden being an ex-provincial rugby player as well, so I think a large amount of the guys playing all have played sport in different sort of formats, whether it's cricket, rugby, hockey.
En Hayden hom loskakel van daardie nommer 10 op sy rug. Hy het spesiaal dit versoek.
Hayden's main role was actually he played fly-off as well, yes, but mostly at fullback.
Oh.
Represented Boland at fullback in the late 80s, early 90s. But very much you find is within sport, your top sportsmen are very good at other sports. I mean,
Yeah.
we look at, for example, Jacques Callis, who could have chosen between rugby, cricket.
Herschel Gibbs,
Gibbs,
same
who could
story.
have done rugby, cricket, soccer, golf.
Mark Belcher, squash. Somebody said to me, iemand het gesê Mark Belcher was 13 jaar oud toe speel hy vir onder 18 SA muurbal. 13 of 14 jaar oud.
Another one is the great John T. Rhodes as well, who has also got his colours for hockey. So that's
gooi hulle die bal mis.
And you can see a team is under pressure when they start trying to find the wickets and get overthrows. And
Ja, veral op hierdie op ons vlak bo 50. Jy weet, dit is so belangrik Doopie dat as die bal ingegooi word na die paaltjies toe, dat jy 'n paar manne agter het wat die bal keer as dit dalk by die keeper verbygaan. Baie belangrik en dis ook 'n manier vir jou as 'n veldwerker om in die spel te bly deur die bal heeltyd dop te hou en te probeer antisipeer wat gaan gebeur.
look, I think that's very true words you say there, Annie. I think in particular youngsters who are sort of just starting their cricket careers now, and some with sort of hopes of playing international one day, or whether they want to play sort of club cricket or just represent their first team, that always stay awake in the field. You know, cricket is a long game and it does get very, very boring. But the main thing is to just keep your head in the game, focused all the way through, constantly watching what's happening and keep watching that ball, because
Ja, hou die bal dop net, ja.
you can so easily fall asleep and that ball will suddenly get hit your way, and it can be a catch which could be dropped and which can change the whole game. So any youngsters who are listening, including my son Lyle and any mates, just remember, always stay awake in the field. It's very important.
En die hele kwessie om in te stap saam met die bowler, Doopie, mense hoor dit die hele tyd stap in saam met by walking of the bowler. Daar's 'n baie goeie rede hoekom jy dit moet doen. Jy is mobiel op daai oomblik, jy is aan die gang. Waar jy as jy staties staan, jou kans is net soveel beter om goeie veldwerk te doen as jy aan die loop is.
You're very right, Annie. It's so true, and I think that
Daai singles.
it so often happens that people, and especially, you know, sort of in the vet cricket, that guys tend to stand a bit and do very little,
Muscles get stiff then, yeah.
suddenly the ball comes to them and they're asleep. Mr. Anwar Newman, would you like to join us here? Got Mr. Anwar Newman next to us here, who we were talking about earlier, who lives out in Langebaan and commutes from Langebaan through to town to play vet cricket, and he's part of the Western Province side that have just sort of won the cup for the tournament. Anwar, how are you feeling after all these days of cricket?
I only played once. Good morning, guys. I only played once, and that was on Tuesday. I pulled my hammy, and I'm still struggling with it.
Oh, so yes,
yes.
So Jackson.
Yes. I'm actually feeling very bad, letting the guys down, because I'm one of the quickest fielders. And
Anwar Newman, for those who don't know him, is probably one of the fittest guys at this tournament. So to hear that he's pulled a muscle just shows that it can happen to anybody. And
Daar het ons vir Kenny Jackson in ons span wat vir 15 weke ook van die Kaap af elke keer deurgery het vir oefeninge, baie gedissiplineerd, fiks, kyk na sy kondisie, en in die eerste wedstryd van die toernooi wat het hy gestaan, 68, 78, pragtig, toe gaan sy hamstring. En Kenny is uit vir die week gewees. Hy's nou nog uit.
And will tell us, is there any sort of vets cricket happening out in your side? Who's partaking in that? If there's any...
Akil met 'n pragtige reg oor die
bludgeons the ball over the bowler's head for 4.
To be at the moment, there's nothing going on down in Langebaan or in Friesenberg. I'm struggling to get the vets going there. I asked the guys just to go and play a game down in Friesenberg. That's organizing a game for them, just to pull the vets together, man. Because there's a lot of guys that wants to play, but we can't get it off the floor. Oh, can't get it off the floor.
Fantastiese vangskoot op reg by
Akil.
Dropped.
See, I think this is a very important thing.
Dit is uitstekende sportmangees daar.
This is the big thing about vets cricket. Akil has just hit the ball now to square leg. The bloke has dived, caught the ball, and he's fallen on it. So from anybody watching, you would not know the ball had hit the ground or not. And Akil started to walk, and the bloke got up and said, no, sorry, it fell out of his hands and onto the ground. That's great sportsmanship when the games are played like this. There's really a lot of respect to a person like that.
Die grensouens het gister ook toe een van hulle spelers die bal gejaag na die grens toe en die bal met sy voet gekeer. Ek het by die grens ouens staan en gesels en die veldwerker se voet het aan die grenstou geraak. Hy het dit nie geweet nie in die oomblik en die skeieregter het nie 'n vuur geroep nie. En toe die grensouens dit onder die skeieregter se aandag gebring wat op die kant gesit het dat dit 'n vuur was.
Yeah,
So baie
it's
goeie
great
sportmanship.
No, I agree with you. And well, coming back to your sort of region and that, how many clubs do you guys have that are sort of playing competitive cricket out there at the moment? And
I'm involved with Greenwood Saldanha Cricket Club, and we're playing cricket in the Premier League.
yeah,
So I'm still playing. I never stopped
hence
playing.
the reason you're so
playing
fit.
cricket. Yes, I never stopped playing cricket. So whenever they need me, then I'm there for them. If they're playing first team or second team or third team, I don't mind. But at the coaching side, I'm not that involved anymore because I'm going to school. So I'm trying my best.
Just a quick update, it's now drinks. Order 156 for 4 after 34 overs. Tell me, with your Premier League cricket at the moment, where do you guys have to travel when you play your matches?
That's quite far.
And do you find that tends to put people off wanting to play cricket because of the reason they're having to travel such big distances?
That's maybe the biggest reason. And we normally travel to Manus, Robertson, Worcester, Wellington, Paarl, Stellenbosch. So for our club, it's actually very expensive to travel.
I must say.
Yeah. Great distances we have to drive. But still, we managed to be on top.
En dis alles vir die genot van cricket.
That's it.
It just shows the passion that people have for the game when they prepare to drive distances of from Langebaan, Vredenburg, all the way through to Amanus. I mean, what's that, 280 k's probably? You know, just for a game of cricket, that really says a lot. Kudos to you guys for being able to do that, because it's not easy. And then especially when you have to sort of fund it yourself too.
It's heavy on the pocket.
Yeah, I was going to say.
The club that came up now was Pakketberg.
Also long distance.
Wow. Still have to drive there as well.
So welverdiende waterbreek hierso vir die spelers. Daar is nie nou, daar is tog 'n bietjie van 'n briesie, ons voel hom nie. As ek na die vlak kyk, maar nie veel in die lug nie. En natuurlik ook nie wolke of humiditeit of so vir die naadbowlers hierdie week nie, nê.
There's been very, very little in that. I mean, I think the only person I've really seen swing the ball a lot was old Stephen Jack, who has an ability to swing it in both directions at will, and did it quite comfortably here when he needed.
Ook die pink bal is 'n ander bal waarmee ons speel. Het julle ook bietjie gesukkel om spike om uit te kry? Ek bedoel vir ons, ek sê nou vir iemand, weet ons bo 50s, ek is 'n naadbowler. Spoed is nie meer daar nie, so dis vir ons uiters belangrik as 'n naadbowler om swaai in die lug te kry. Dit is ons wapen, jy weet. As dit afwesig is, word jy maar eintlik net 'n strydbowler wat die kolwer na wil kan slaan.
I think it's a very good point there, Henny. The ball being picked is one, as a sort of fielder, and that it's a little bit difficult to see. We're so used to seeing white balls and red balls, and this new pink ball, which has sort of been around for a while and was used at one stage in last man stands cricket, and now they've also tended to move to an orange ball. So it is not an easy ball to view, and you know, some people say they prefer it to a white ball, some say they don't. I personally am more a fan of a white ball for limited cricket as opposed to the pink ball. But you know, everybody bowls with the same ball, everybody feels the same, so it evens the ground for everybody. It doesn't matter what colour it is, you still would play the cricket regardless.
Ja, en vir die jonger cricketspelers, as daar dalk iemand luister, ek wil graag verskil met my as julle nie saamstem nie. Maar ek dink 'n baie belangrike bal is om nie Ons word verveer hierso deur die toeskouers. Die punt wat ek wil maak is, ek dink mense maak 'n fout om in die eerste oor al te besluit. Mens maak 'n fout as jy in die eerste oor al besluit wat se kant van die bal jy wil begin shine nie. Ek dink die belangrike aspek daarso is, in ons het daai fout een of twee keer as 'n Boland span gemaak. Jy weet wat jy tweede oor al sê, maar kom ons shine die birdie kant van die bal. Die bal moet vir jou wys wat se kant geshine wil word, nee. Hy sal vir jou wys. Ja. Want ek dink in 2 games wat ons gespeel het, het ons in die 12de oor, dit was warm-ups gewees, besef ons is besig om die verkeerde kant van die bal blind te maak. En toe die ander kant begin doen, onmiddellik swaai gekry met die bal. So, laat die bal vir jou wys.
Tell me, Anwar, within the school's cricket structure that you sort of involved with at the moment in your area, how many schools partake in cricket and how active are they with the sort of teams, how many teams you got, that sort of thing?
To answer your question, not a lot of schools partake in school sports anymore, because most of the schools are schools that are no-fee school, and they have to pay for themselves. But luckily for me at our school, we managed to cover it. And it's only a part, the contribution towards transport is only a little bit. So
and you also have to travel big distances to
again,
play.
like the previous side, we have to travel, but not that big of a distance. We have to travel to maybe once to Paarl, Malmesbury, Pakketburg, at Hopefield, and Langeman from Vredenburg. But like I said, but most of the schools participate in school sports because of the no-fee school.
I think it's very sad, because I think the saddest part of all, and if there's anybody at Cricket South Africa listening, there is so much talent that is around within the schools and the low-fee schools, as you call it, where people could be found and built up and turn into top-level cricketers one day. And because of the fact that they're having to travel these long distances and not getting that chance to play cricket, it means they end up following the wrong tracks and end up crime and smoking and stuff like that. And I think that's a very, very sad thing, that there isn't enough being done to try and bolster the community cricket, if you want to put it that way, especially in the smaller towns. And the big towns like Cape Town and Stellenbosch, they are very well supported and looked after. But it's only if you have somebody like yourself who's a true cricket fan who will actually get involved and build it up. And maybe that's just something for the administrators to take cognizance of.
En enige sport sal wat werk, dus doen nie sport.
Yeah, correct. Not
Hou jy
just
van die
cricket.
straat af, ja.
Correct, yes.
Ek moet net 'n bietjie terugkom na die wedstryd toe hierso. So 34 ouers is verby, speel 45. Gee vir jou 11 ouers oor, die lopies is 156 vir 4. Dis baie belangrike 11 balbeurte wat nou oorbly. Dit is ons sal graag hier ander 'n bietjie op wil kry nou hierso. Ek seker Akiel gaan nie tyd vir ons daarso nie. Maar definitief ons sê na die 3 balk gespeel 180 hoop ons voor. Ek dink ons behoort dit te kry. Maar ek dink as ons kan op 230 eindig, en ek wil net vir die som maak, dan staan ons 'n baie goeie kans. Akiel baie sterk van die agtervoet af. So
You can see with Akil how his indoor cricket has actually influenced his outdoor cricket. A lot of his shots are sort of very cross-bat and smashing back to try and hit the back net of the game, which, in outdoor cricket you would be more prone to looking, edging, playing it into the covers.
Working around.
And he smashes it straight back, because you get in sort of indoor cricket, that would be, if it hits the back net, it becomes a 6.
So toe ek het gou die som gemaak. Ek dink as ons nou teen 7 oor kan kolf, dan gaan ons die 230 haal. Dis nie impossible.
Quite correct.
We're actually a big rugby school, Western High School, and we've managed to put up 6 teams, 6 netball teams as well.
That's fantastic.
Yeah. And we've got 2 hockey teams, girls and boys. Cross country, athletics. Well, so
Yeah, I know a lot of the athletics comes from your sort of region. Some very fast kids, very good sportsmen. Well, it's lovely. It amazes me. Would you say that's because the rugby's putting more money into the thing, or is it just that because kids see more rugby on TV, they're more prone to wanting to play it?
I think they see more rugby on the TV, and there's a lot of beach rugby also going on down there. And you know that the rugby, or like you see the lanky cricket, they also play like that lanky rugby.
Yeah.
They call it in Afrikaans now, yeah. And they're playing for money. Can you
Oh,
believe
really?
it? Yes, can you believe it? But they don't want to play for the school because they don't have the money to participate. You see, whenever we play away from school or away from home, they must put their traveling money down, and that is keeping them back from playing the sport. Oh.
And tell me, back to the cricket side of things, do the kids sort of struggle with kit for their teams?
Definitely.
So that's something that maybe as vets we could try and get involved in and try and put some sort of fundraisers together within amongst ourselves and get some stuff together for them.
That's the main reason I want you guys to come and play an invitational game against maybe the rest of the West Coast guys. And I've already organized it with our club chairman, Mr. Louis Hartzenberg. So we just must down a date for that, and then you guys will be invited.
Well, I think we'll organise that definitely as a fixture where I think we'd all look forward to.
Coming back to the kit, we normally buy the kit. Our school buy the kit, but like I said, you have to plan that, put that in the budget, and that takes a lot of
it's very difficult.
big gap out of the budget. You still have to have money for the transport for the rest of the season. So for us, we're struggling, but we get there. And normally when I buy a new kit, I give my old kit away.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. The same.
So die huidige loopie tempo is 4.7. Ons wil graag omtrent 7 oor sien. En die vorige oor daar was nou net 'n grens gewees. Ek het gou opgestaan en 'n single, so dis 5 gewees, nee. So 7 is definitief nie buite die kwessie nie volgens die app. Is die geprojekteerde totaal 211. Ek dink
we're definitely getting into that mark that I think as a Boland side would be happy to achieve. At 220, 230 is going to be a very, very competitive score. And as we say, that a kill going across the line.
Baie uit karakter hou wat hy speel en hy moet met sy balkie daarvoor.
And that's new batsman going is old Gavin Stander, also very, very competitive bloke. Gavin is still one of the more fitter guys in our team, who is still very active playing club rugby as well, and he's a scrum off in club rugby.
Hy's definitief ons span se Jack Russell.
Yeah, he is indeed. He's also quite uncharacteristic in that he tends to field without a hat on most of the time, and I think that also shows how hot it has been here, because he's taken to now wearing a floppy hat when he fields in our games, so it's obviously the heat here is quite something.
2 kamermaats wat ook nou saam kolf. Ek is seker daar's baie strategie in hulle kamer al bespreek die week. En ook 2 spelers van die Scorpions klub in Stellenbosch. Gavin het 'n vegtersbeurt gespeel 2 dae terug vir daai toe ons ook 'n paar paaltjies plat was, dink 33 of 36 lopies.
I know Kevin from many years ago.
Oh really? Yeah.
He's a fighter.
Yes,
He gives everything on
that's
it.
right. The Jack Russell is a
dives around.
good analogy. But I think having said that, Anwar, I think a large amount of the people here are actually with that same sort of character. That, we're very competitive and tend to throw our bodies on the line and end up, hence, with the injuries like you.
Ja, mens sal sê vir jouself jy gaan nie duik nie, as die bal kom dan dink jy nog steeds, hè. is asof jy jou liggaam selfbeheer neem daar.
That's correct, yes.
I ended up with a grass burn on my knee in the very first game we played.
Ja, ek het ook 'n gat in my broek.
Clinton bowling a full toss down the leg for Gavin to be able to play away with ease. And he is now off the mark with his first single.
Altyd 'n groot ding net om my eerste loopie te kry, hè. Vir 'n kolwer.
It is indeed.
The guy who's in must stay in.
Correct.
If you get to 7 and over, you want to get to 7 and over. Oh, good one.
Baie goed gedissiplineerde ou deur Hayden daarso.
Julle, what's wrong with you now? Oh, yeah, thank goodness the last day.
How are you feeling there, Justin?
Die grensmanne hier langs ons veldwerkers, klink of die spiere bietjie korter word.
I said to the captain, I told him not to bowl me yesterday, but he had to.
Oh, that's gonna be a
It's a
4.
fine shot from Gavin.
That's gonna be a 4.
Now that is a rare thing. The kids are busy playing in the net, and one of the balls gets hit out.
It should be 4.
One of the balls been hit out of the net, and the ball is knocked down and ends up banging it.
Hy was op pad vir 4 gewees en toe slaan ons bal die
I think
laaste bal wat op die
the
veld
rule
lê.
is it should be a 4. I think they will call 4.
Ek dink hulle praat nou daaroor.
The umpires are just chatting now to confirm what the ruling is. And
Because of the quick outfield, I don't think he would ever stop that ball.
the umpires are quite perplexed. This is not something that they would have encountered before.
Dis nie soos daai boom wat jy vroeër van gepraat het op die Engelse velde nie.
It's It should be a 4.
He was caught
He
on
was
the
caught on the
boundary.
boundary down there.
Long off. Very good catch.
Not LB.
So, lyk my dit was toe nie 'n 4 gewees nie.
Make it 4 out of 4.
Justin, while you're here, just to ask you, your preparations before this tournament, how did you guys manage to practice? I know that you had 3 warm-up matches, which unfortunately didn't happen.
Yeah, unfortunately our preparation wasn't very good and hence our injuries because we haven't spent too much time on the field. Even though some of us are fit in other aspects, we certainly weren't cricket fit. And that's our problem. Our first middle practice we ever had was against you on Monday. So
Yeah, we spoke extensively about the cricket muscles, eh? Normal fitness in cricket fit.
I'll never ever do this again. I'm not talking about the cricket tournament. Come to this tournament where I haven't bowled 9 over spells and run between wickets for a full day. That's my problem.
Yep.
It's my fault, no one to complain about.
And we did that in the Western Cape.
Yeah.
We have to bowl 9 hours on the trot. Just to feel
Exactly.
if you're there.
6 runs
No.
off 9, eh?
And as I was saying, you know, we've been close, Boland and
Yeah.
Province. We've played 2 matches already. We've had regular net sessions. So we've been very fortunate, and hence
There we go. And we pulled it
Baie
off.
mooi
is a
getrek
great
daarso
shot.
na regby deur Gavin Stanner. Huidige lopies 4.8 per beurt en daar's klaar 4 van die eerste bal, né?
For me to drive to Cape Town from Freedomburg every week was difficult. I managed to do that 3 times. I wasn't there every week.
maybe
because
you had
of the
been, you wouldn't have
circumstances.
pulled your Emmy.
Yeah, maybe. Because of my work situation.
Yeah.
So it's difficult for me.
No, look, it's a long way to drive. I mean, we're looking at 140 k's or something.
So it's a day.
Gavin gaan verseker draai vir 'n tweede loopie. Fantasties, Gavin. Spoetjie van 'n spoeddobbel gevat daar, maar geen twyfel dat Gavin net sal opstaan en aanbat nie. 6 lopies, 2 balle.
Also stretching it. I think this is the thing now in this sort of last session of the tournament where the injuries are going to start to show and the niggles that might have been small things start to sort of get a little bit bigger, and the stretching becomes far more important. And you know, even when you're younger, a lot of people think, oh well, I'm young, I can still touch my toes, I'm fine. And those are also the times when you need to really think that you need to stretch out as well. That's very, very important. Any youngsters that might be listening, when your coaches take you for a fielding session and a stretching session, do it, listen to them. There's a lot of method behind the madness.
Ja, die onderarm gooi natuurlik is die definitief verkose gooi deur meeste van die spelers op die toernooi. Min ouens wat nog bo arm balhard kan gooi.
Or bowl it in from the boundary.
Ja, of bowl it in, ja.
And well, you've never had shoulder injuries when throwing the ball in?
I did.
Because you still throw it in like a rocket.
Yeah. I used to be a javelin thrower, and because using my arm extensively every time throwing in, I had a cartilage removed from my shoulder, right shoulder, and that was 25 years old. And I had to go for physiotherapy for 6 months, and after that I could throw again. So last year actually we played a game in Malmesbury, 6-a-side, and our teachers decided now we're gonna play a game against each other. And they hit the ball into the river there by Malmesbury. I went to go catch the ball and I slipped and I tried to cover myself and I hit my shoulder. And since then I had a linger here in my shoulder. So didn't go to the physio yet. But I can throw a ball from the boundary straight into the keeper's hand.
So huidiglik 177 vir 5.
Pas jy wat dit
37 ouers verby.
Who's bowling there now?
Clinton.
Is that Clinton still?
Close. Oh!
Giving up already. Hayden very nearly running himself out there. Playing it to the fielder and taking off and probably choosing one of their more fitter, more agile fielders in their team.
Maar ek verwag van Hayden en Gavin om elke loopie te probeer hardloop, so hulle gaan definitief draai vir 2 en as daar 3 anders sal om probeer hardloop, alhoewel min 3 gehardloop hierdie week met die vinnige buitevelde. So dis of 1 of 2 grens hou, 3 lopies hardloop is gebeur nou. Gavin baie lief vir die ja, en die
goes down on that one leg and then swings across the line to hit it. Fortunately in this occasion it was going down leg, so didn't count against him.
Die veeghou, dis waar ek nou gedink het, die sweep veeghou, hy's baie lief vir hom hoor.
Sweep slog.
Ja.
Wat is slog? Ja, dit is 'n sweep. No. I met Clinton last year. We were invited to play in Malaysia, and that was our last time we could play in our SA colours. And we were invited, and I met him and he played for us. He's actually quite a good cricket player. Any injury?
Meneer, like you
nice, a little bit stiff.
Why didn't you come for a massage if you're stiff?
Groot appel daar, maar die skeieregters wil niks daarvan hê nie en roep 'n wydloper.
So go back to that Neisner festival.
Played on different grounds. Beautiful.
We did indeed. Can you remember what was the name of that one we played on the farm?
Oh, now you. Same, well done. No, can't recall it now. Let's do.
En Gavin gaan vir die tweede loopie. Mooi Gavin. Hardloop.
En hoe kom jy steek okay dan?
Thanks Salim.
Paar extra choppies braai asseblief.
Just got the Western Province guys coming down with their braai goods, coming to start a nice fire here, to braai and watch the cricket. Supporting Boland, quite obviously.
Ja, weer eens daai spangees tussen die spanne.
Here we go for and that's going to be four.
Ja, dit sal 4 wees.
See, four. You will never run the ball.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Ja, partykeer met 'n ou jou hammies protek, nee, as jy moet die call maak, jy weet, help nie jy probeer 'n hero wees en agter die bal aan hardloop wat jy weet jy nie gaan stop nie.
Going back to that festival that we had in Knysna, there was this one field, I do forget the name of the field, but it was on a farm, and they developed the farm with this cricket field on it. It was probably the most beautiful cricket venue I'd played on, and we had the legendary, what was the umpire that passed away? Rudy Crutzen was the umpire that day. It was, what a gentleman, what a lovely guy. He knew his cricket so well. Very, very sad with his passing, because I think he still had so much to give to cricket, and very supportive of Vets cricket as well.
Gavin weer eens daar met 'n vinnige enkelloopie. Gavin sal veg vir enigiets daar buitekant.
That was a sad thing, eh?
Yeah.
One of the guys posted it on the WhatsApp group. I think it was a baby. And I couldn't believe it. That he's gone.
Oh, ja.
When it's your time, it's your time. There's nothing to do about it. I mean, came down to Cape Town to play golf, and they were supposed to go back the day earlier, and they decided they'd do one more round. And yeah, very, very sad. And in your sort of region, ladies cricket, anything like that happening there?
I was involved with ladies cricket, but again, distance was the problem. I used to be the head coach, and I put that apart actually because of my work. But it's mostly the school kids, but they stay in all the different areas of the West Coast, like Paternoster, St. Helena Bay, Veldert, Saldanha, Hopefield. And to get a team together, it's very difficult because they have to stay after school, and then I must use the school combi, take them home, and I must get permission to do that because they're at the school, but they're playing for the club. I used to maneuver it somehow, get the school combi.
But sounds like you have a lot of challenges that you guys have got to overcome there. It's really
But we produced 2 players, 2 ladies. All 2 of them are from Diasville in Saldanha. And the one is matric now, that is Masana, and she is playing for the ladies, Boland ladies, senior team.
Fantastic, great.
She was in the under 19 team, now she's in the ladies team. But again, the distance.
Yeah.
So we go practice every week, and the practices are during the morning. Most of the time, I must take her on a Saturday, and I have to spend my whole morning there. So, and she don't go to practice regularly. Only on the weekend, like I said. You can't go on during the weekends. Yeah. But she can bowl, and she can throw a ball. I'm telling you.
Baie netjies 'n enkel loopie daarso. Huidige loopie tempo is 5 lopies per balbeurt. Projekteerde totaal 225. Ons sal hom graag hier by die 230 wil hê. Net so onder 7 beurte oor.
7 overs, we can get much more than 220, maybe 250.
Ons gaan baie dankbaar daarvoor wees en wil nou ons begin vandag.
I think, going back to ladies cricket there's so much potential and there's so much happening. Some fine fielding by lefty there. Gavin very nearly running himself out on the on the bowler's end.
Baie goed gehardloop daar deur daai twee manne.
They still sleep through for the two.
Ek het gesê hulle gaan go vir elke loopie, hard werk daarvoor en hulle wys dit.
From my experience seeing, with ladies cricket in Stellenbosch is at junior school you get quite a few girls that are very good at cricket, and as they get older, because there isn't any real structures for them, they start falling away, and it's very, very sad because they're very good cricketers. I mean, there's one young lady in particular, Melissa van der Merwe, who's actually has now represented Boland at the seniors, and she's only in grade 8. And she is a top cricketer. In fact, when she used to play against Rennie, she was one of the more better cricket sides in primary school level in Boland, in the sort of Stellenbosch area. She opened the bowling, left arm sort of seam bowler, and regularly picked up the first 3 or 4 wickets. Very, very good cricket, but also once again, because of the lack of cricket at club level, they're restricted to who gets selected, and then they play the odd matches, so they have to play for their schools, and she still represents now at Stellenbosch High School, playing with the boys, but it does make it difficult.
As ek kom na die wedstryd toe hierso, wat Gavin en Hayden nou doen, kan jy duidelik sien die druk wat hulle op die veldwerkers sit, die foute wat gemaak word, die angstigheid wat by die veldwerker bestaan. So hulle dra daai druk op hulle skouers terug na die veldwerkers toe, en op hierdie stadium is hulle baie suksesvol daarmee.
No, you're very, very right there. I think that the pressure that when you're taking those quick singles that you're putting on the fielders makes everybody else feel that pressure, and then it suddenly becomes a lot more difficult to be accurate with your throwing, your pickups, and you tend to fumble the ball more, and pressure is a very, very important aspect of any sport, in fact. How you overcome that pressure is what makes
Sorry, who's the
difference.
bowler?
Bowler's name?
Sorry guys.
Thank you. Coming into bowl now from the bottom end is Russell Bennett. Also having played some good level cricket in his life.
En rugby, heel agter. Het hy nie vir Suid-Afrika gespeel nie?
Ja,
ek dink so. Ek dink daar bowler heel agter nou teen heel agter.
So you're right, fullback to fullback.
Weer eens, daarso, presies wat ons sê. Vinnige loopie.
Oh, he's coming back.
Daar is daai druk waarvan ons praat. Gavin en Hayden sit die druk op die veldwerkers om nie fout te kom.
198.
And Lefty being one of their better fielders, he also misfielded it now. For them to be able to sneak through and get a second from there.
Jy kan definitief die moegheid ook bietjie sien deurkom, Die man is al lank in die veld. Konsentrasie is nie meer wat dit was nie.
Score now 198 and
what a great wicket was it. Oh.
Weet dan wel ek sê ek het geweet dit gaan iets spesiaals wees, En ons het onsself reggemaak daarvoor, maar dit het alle verwagtinge oortref, Goed gereël. Ek dink daar gaan konstruktiewe terugvoer wees na die komitees toe. Maar fantastiese week.
Hayden is batting superbly. He's now moved on to 86, and with 5 overs to go, he's got a good strong possibility of getting his century here as well. Don't want to put commentators' curse on him, however.
Ja, asseblief,
Toepie, come on man.
Ja, en die ander ding is alles 'n stapafstand van die verblyf af en hoef nie in bussies rond te ry nie.
Oh, okay.
Oh, is die fout.
Once again, as shows, the bodies again.
Somebody of errors here. Look at this. 100, it's 200 up guys. Somebody of errors.
Boland move on to 200 after an overthrow from the chap picking the ball up beautifully, but just the pressure now causing the mistakes and overthrows coming, and Boland now 201 in the 39th over.
Mooi uitgegrawe daar, Gavin.
Hayden really feeling these last few singles that he's having to run now. Gavin moves on to 20 as well in a very short time.
Seker die twee kamermaats gaan 'n koue biertjie vanaand geniet vir hulle harde werk in die veld vandag.
Stoppage.
Yeah, into his head. And Gavin showing what a tough rugby player he is, getting a top edge ball hits him on the head, but he's doesn't even rub it.
Nee, hy gaan nie.
After 40.
5 baie belangrike bilbeerte oor.
30 balls.
Geprojekteerde lopies het opgegaan na 229 toe.
30 balls to 250, 260. So 80 bonus. If they can beat boundaries.
No, I think even for us it's a little bit out of our reach. Maybe Lance Q's at the wicket or AB de Villiers, it'd be possible. But
Wel, Doopie weer eens, as jy nou vat 5 beurte oor teen 7 is 35 plus 229 is 264. Jy is nie heeltemal ver weg daarvan af nie.
So far this week my prediction was spot on.
Oh really?
All 5 out or 5.
So you want to give us your prediction or we can just not bother playing the rest of the game?
Like I said, now 250, 260 to 80 is bonus. If they can beat boundaries. When I went into bed on Tuesday, we were 252, 3 overs left, and we got to 284.
Who's bowling now, please?
Andrew Emsley.
Yeah, it is Andrew. Yeah. Andrew Emsley coming back into bowl from the commentator's side. Busy perfecting his field positioning at the moment.
Dat hulle volle 5 manne op die grens.
Yeah, the rule here is 3-4-5. So for the first 15 overs you're allowed 3 people out of the circle. For the next 15 you're allowed 4, and then for the last section you're allowed 5.
En Gavin is uit.
And Gavin has been clean bowled first ball. Granite playing his traditional across the line shot. And
volgende in de warm-up
to the wicket, Barmer. And Barmer also the ability to hit the ball long distance. So
ek dink nie Warma gaan te veel blok daar buitekant nou nie.
I don't think so. Barmer in his spare time, when he's not working and not doing cricket, is actually a budding chef who has his own little YouTube channel called Barmer's 10-minute meals. So he took us to an Indian restaurant the other night for supper. Very, very special. And we all ordered various meals and shared around. It was quite something.
Warma met nommer 72 op sy rug, wat sy ouderdom weggee natuurlik.
I think after this week he's probably going to feel like he's 72.
Warma het verjaar Saterdag 50 geword, so hy het net betyds die toernooi gemaak. Maar toe verneem ek dat een van die grensmanne het Sondag verjaar.
Oh really?
Nog fyner. Jy moet 50 wees. Jy kon nog op die dag van die toernooi begin, kon jy ook verjaar het.
We have Claudie walking past here. Would you like to join us again, Claude?
I've been listening to you guys and I think you're doing a great job. I think I will take over after lunch again.
Like you said,
Ons het gesê Warma gaan nie te veel blok nie. Hy baie mooi hou daarso. Die pech.
Claude has found a new passion in commentating. He hadn't done it before this tournament started, and the nice thing is with this whole thing, they have pitch vision going and we're able to come and commentate. So
ek het baie
for a lot of us
oor die kommentaar gekry.
It's been a first for quite a few of us, but once again showing if you know cricket, it makes it a lot easier to talk about something that you're passionate about. Fantastic, yeah, now there's lovely runs here now coming.
Warma is ook vinnig tussen die paaltjies, so hulle gaan daai druk probeer behou. Ja, as ek sê positiewe terugvoer, praat ek maar nou nie oor myself nie. Ek bedoel mense wat luister, geniet dit en geniet die kommentaar. Bal wat baie laag gebly het.
Hayden really is finding his
Sy oog is
form
nou
now.
so in.
He's
Daai bal het
Hayden
baie
rushes
laag
to
gebly.
92 with still 4 point however many balls left. I think that 100 is very close, and just got to make sure he keeps his wicket and he get a well-deserved 100
If he stays there,
if he stays there.
the
Correct.
250 is on the report.
Kevin
As
nie baie
usual.
tevrede met die een kloopie nie.
It's as usual, the guys on the side always seem to know better than the guys batting. Hayden's there on 93 runs. He's batted for a long time. His body is tired, and you either just pass the field, and the last thing you want to do is try and look for a second run. So Hayden's settling in just for the single and brings Varma on strike now. And Grimsley now getting ready as he comes into bowl to Varma. Varma goes for a big swing, hitting at a lot of height. And finally taken.
Good catch in deep.
Boundary. And that takes.
So let's look at
Sends
stats
now
here.
number 10 batsman Colin Myberg to the wicket. He also plays his cricket out in Franschhoek, and also, like yourself, and was in the school fraternity and teaching. Also highly competitive.
Always competitive.
And he loves his cricket. He plays cricket everywhere he can. He also plays for us at the Rondebosch Vets. He plays in the Vets in the Boland. He plays club cricket for Franschhoek, the Groot Draak guys.
And he plays for Coronations Cricket Club.
And he plays, quite correct,
the
my
league.
apologies, yes. He also still plays league cricket for Coronations.
Very competitive.
Ja, ek
He can
verwag
get back to
ook
ball.
nie dat Colin nou gaan blok nie. Ek dink Colin dis bal weer verby.
Colin is facing the first ball now of his innings, and it's lefty that is bowling. 41 overs gone, 212 score. I'm not sure what they're doing. I think maybe they're creating it now. That's what I
There we
thought as
go.
well.
You
Yeah.
should swap. You should be up here.
Isn't it the new batsman that's got to face?
No.
regardless?
You must go down. There we go.
Okay. Yep, as pointed out by Anwalia very correctly, the new rule is that if the person is out, the remaining batsman has to face the next ball.
So dis nie meer die kwessie van hulle kruis terwyl die bal in die lug is nie.
That rule has changed now.
That rule is out of the door.
I'm not too sure why they changed that rule, but a lefty comes in.
Hayden wag baie mooi
Hayden
vir die
plays
bal.
it beautifully into the covers for single, and they're coming back for two. Beautiful running. Once again, Henny, as we were saying, that pressure that you put on the fielder at the time, he sees you turning for that second, immediately there's that element of doubt. He wants to get it in quick.
Anxiety gets a bit higher.
Correct, and he gets through for an easy 2. And Hayden now moves on beautifully to 95, and the total to 214.
Knowing Colin, he's going to try to smash the ball out of the park.
Colin is not the person that can stand there and just block the ball. He has a lot of self-confidence in his cricketing ability. And lefty giving a little bit of extra flight, and Hayden in two minds as to what to do eventually, just taking the safer option of just letting it run through.
Well,
to
very
the keeper.
wisely as well.
Now we're experiencing what they call the nervous 90s. Hayden now sitting on 95, starting to play and miss, which is very uncharacteristic for what he's been doing for the last 60 odd runs that he has scored. But he's just getting that nerves creeping in a bit. And he gets a side edge, sneaks through for a single, taking him now to 95.
En Colin ons eerste bal te kry.
Colin to face the first ball from lefty, which I think could be a little bit interesting because lefty, very, very wily bowler. And Colin will have a good swing at it, I would think. As he does and misses. Fortunately for him, the ball was just off the wickets and cannons into the wicket-keeper's pads. Colin, a big man in stature as well, so he really does have the strength there the long way. And a very clever
Baie netjies
shot.
gespeel, wat vir 4 gaan hardloop.
All the way down.
Colin just plays it down. Very
Colin,
delicate shot.
okay.
Went for 4. Total goes to 219 for is it 7 down?
7 down.
Ja, 7 paltjies plat.
3 more overs to go. 18 balls. You can double 18 balls, 36.
Might be a lot closer to what you said than I thought.
Yes.
Ons eerste doelwit was 180 gewees vroeg vanoggend.
Colin now practicing
daar
his warm-ups and running between the wickets there on his own.
Ons het toegesê 230. Sou ons baie tevrede mee wees. Ons is nou verby 230. 234 tans, 18 balle om te gaan. Weer eens manne wat kop gehou het, rustig geraak het, diep asem gehaal het en pragtige beurte gespeel het.
Andrew Emsley now still with the ball in hand, coming into Hayden, who's sitting very comfortably on 95. And his run-up comes in, gives a bit of flight, and Hayden getting a very easy boundary there. Sends him to 99. And the total for 223.
Nice juicy.
When you're sitting in a situation of being in your late 90s, I don't think you could ask for a better ball to be bowled to than that.
Absoluut.
However, having said that, there is also a saying in cricket that it's the rubbish that takes the wickets. So. Andrew Emsley now in again, gets the wicket.
He's going to drop and run.
Oh no! And that's Hayden's 100. Hayden Trollope kisses his back and acknowledges the applause of all his teammates and everybody watching. A very, very fine knock at a very difficult time.
24.
Uitstekend Hayden.
A very fine innings there from Hayden.
Ons speel nog baie lank saam cricket nie, maar dis die beste innings wat ek nog van Hayden gesien het. Ongelooflike dissipline. Kalmte om dit te bereik. Vernaam die situasie waar ons self bevind het met 3 vroeë paaltjies plat.
I think that legs is feeling a little bit wobbly now.
I think it's a very good thing you're saying there, Henry. It's very true. Yeah. Even in the warm-up game we had against the over 40s, Colin smashes at the boundary for 4. The total moves on to 228. In that game we played against the over 40s. He came and he was batting, and he batted once again with a lot of experience, a lot of mental ability, and timed the ball beautifully, and he just continued from that.
It's halfway, 3 balls left. Oh, 4 more. That's 4 more.
12, 13 lopies in die beurt so ver.
Good one, Colin.
As we said, Colin, not one to stick around, has already made 12 runs from probably 4 or 5 balls. Yeah, 4 balls.
Ek dink die tipiese gesprek vir Grens in die kleedkamer halftyd gaan wees. Hoe het ons dit reg gekry?
I think, once again, as Claude was saying earlier when he was with us, that Colin could bat top 5 in just about any side, and we have him at number 10 in our side. It just shows the depth that we go with our batting.
It's got Jonathan Bolton at
In fact,
10
he's
for
coming at
golf.
9 because Jonathan has now moved to 10. So,
En John het die ander dag 3 gegolf vir ons.
correct.
you in mind if Boland got a new conditioning coach, Guy Summers.
Akil.
Hey.
Akil.
Milton? Wat is hy?
Conditioning coach.
Is Gassie nou ons conditioning coach? Dankie Miltie. Hy is Gas is ook die spandokter vir die jy weet. Ek hoor vir en spandokter, né? Akil, ja.
Dit is 'n kus. Formal.
Colin blazes it through the outside for another four. A real cameo in the innings at the end of the...
Nee, lekker over vir 'n bowler, né?
He goes to 16 off 6. And that ends the over. 42 bowled and 236 score. Your 250 is looking very, very nice at the moment.
5.5 per balbeurt is die loopie tempo. 12 balle oor projekteerde totaal 247. Dit gee vir jou 11 lopies en 12 balle. Dis nou volgens die app. Ek dink ons gaan vir meer as dit hoop.
I think also, which has been a very good lesson here, is that wickets in hand at the end of an innings are so important. Having somebody to sort of bolster an innings from one end and let everybody else bat around him has proved, I think, our strength for this game.
Ja, en ons het baie daaroor gepraat, Toepie, met die bowlers se oogpunt, jou kolvers wat hulle werk doen, elkeen het sy rol om te speel. Jou selfvertroue as 'n bowler, wetende daar is 'n totaal wat verdedig kan word. Dis net eenvoudig hoor nie.
Yep. No, look, I think it's a very good point there, because what you find is when you go out to bowl and there's a score that is a reasonable score that you've got to bowl at, you feel a lot more confident, and if you're feeling confident, you'll bowl a lot better than you will if you're under nerves.
Yeah.
So I think it's very, very good to have a good score up front.
Boland het baie hoog in die lug, daai bal behoort veilig te hop. Net verkeerd op die grens. En hulle is deur vir 2 lopies.
Like you said, Toepie, if you put up a reasonable score, you as bowler, you're actually relaxed.
Exactly.
Ja, en jy moet relaxed wees.
Then you at least can bowl to that score. There we go.
As hy Colin mooi gaan haal en weg kan.
Gonna bounce. Whoa!
En die bal gaan 4.
Colin adding another 4 to it. Colin, who sat out the last game, was not happy about that.
243.
Colin sat out the last game because obviously we come here with a squad of 16 people and you can only have 12 sort of playing and one as a specialist bowler. Colin didn't play in the last match and he was very up and happy about it. So I think he's very, very pleased to have got this opportunity now to prove that he is a genuine all-rounder and not just a bowler.
244.
244 now. It really is looking comfortable, and as my esteemed colleague here, Enel, said, we're 250 and it looks like it's a very, very...
Want wat ek moet vir jou sê, ek is net baie, ek raak net blyer en blyer dat jy ons hier so in die kommentatorboks by ons kom sit het.
It's a pleasure. I was up in my room. Didn't feel well. Headache.
Well, thank you very much for joining us and coming to support us.
It's a pleasure to be.
Ek verwys baie na sy geprojekteerde
Score,
totaal
yes,
wat
I
hy
agree
van
with you.
gepraat het.
I mean, we were looking at 180 until Anwar arrived here, and we're suddenly now looking at 250, 260.
I'm not overlift. 245. So my prediction was not that bad.
That's one over left. Huh?
One
The one or two
Definitief
left?
nie.
One left.
One. It's the last over to be bowled. And Border sitting at 245 for 7. So a very, very healthy score.
Hy het op
I think
102.
as a batting team, when you go into bat and there's a score like this on the board already, it does put you under an immense amount of pressure because you need to start scoring from the word go. You know, beside the point that you look and see at one stage we were scoring at 2.5 and over, it doesn't work like that anymore. It just, you think you've got to go from the word go, and that's when the wickets start to fall.
Ons Boland het natuurlik altyd in die grensbanne gespeel. Ons eerste wedstryd maandag en ons het hulle met 25 lopies gewen. Ons het dink toe 270 geslaan as ek reg is. Ander geld in die 138. So wat ek wil sê is dat die twee spanne ken mekaar en Grens sal weet dat daar harde werk vanmiddag vir hulle voorlê.
Oh, that's full.
Fantasties afgespeel. Derde man toe. Baie goeie touch. So grens ken ons bowlers. Doopie jouself, jy en James vir die bowling open. Staan nie baie lopies af nie. Akil baie gedisciplineerde draaibal bowler, moeilik om hom weg te kry. So ons het definitief 'n wedstryd op hande wat fantasties is.
I think you're very right there. I think the critical thing for any game is those first 10 overs to keep the runs down. And if you can pick up 2 or 3 wickets at the same time, you've done your team a lot of favours in the process. So that's what James and I really try and do as the opening pair, is to try and make sure we go for less than 3.5 an over. You can see Colin is just so keen to bat at the moment. He's running threes to try and get to the batting end to be able to swing.
Hayden het baie hard gewerk vir daai 3 lopies nou.
Hayden's really worked hard. And once again, you could see that pressure on the fielder. They're misfielding it, which should have been a regulation sort of pick up and throw in.
Mooi uitgegrawe daardeur Colin.
Yes.
Colin getting through for an easy 2 there with the misfield on the boundary again. And 254 is the total. So
3 balls left.
3 balls left. So when Anwar said 260 and I thought he was a little bit crazy, it's actually starting to look very likely.
5 en 7 die loop.
254 which you have at the moment is a very good total, and I would hesitate to say it, but I think it might just be out of their grasp.
Here we go. 6.
Hy gaan vir 'n groot 6.
Yes, 360.
Collins,
baie dankie. Dis bump vir jou.
And
wel.
tally goes down to 260. With 1 more ball to go, correct?
Yes, 1 more.
A fine innings from Colin here. 31 he has, and how many balls is he?
12 balls.
31 off 12 balls.
Strike rate 258 vir Colin. Imstie kan nie baie tevrede met homself wees met 'n volbal op hierdie stadium van die wedstryd nie. Wat sê ons, is dit 1 bal oor, nê?
1 ball, correct.
Ons het nog niks terug gehoor in die Milton van
But they strip here.
Up the bounce.
And Colin finishes it off with another boundary. So he takes himself to 235.
One run up.
En dit is die innings.
264 total.
264.
A very good innings after a start that we had. That is really something Boland boys can be very proud of.
Okay, ek gaan die boksie verlaat. Dankie julle, dit was lekker geweest.
Thank you very much.
Ek dink ons net 'n paar high fives gegee vir die manne wat lopies gemaak het daarso.
Indeed, we need to go and get our clothes on for our session.
Dankie dan, Luke.
Hi, I'm Phil Wilson, Sales Director for Evergreen Lifestyle. Today I'd like to tell you about one of our amazing incentives for retiree purchases. It's called Try Before You Buy. If you're unsure about buying into one of our exceptional Evergreen villages, come and stay with us for 2 or 3 nights, free of charge, and you can experience the Evergreen Lifestyle firsthand. So if you're ready to try out the Evergreen Lifestyle, contact us.
Welcome back to the afternoon session. Joining me in the commentary box, Grant Jansen. Just as the teams are about to take the field, Grant, what a comeback from the Boland boys.
It's an incredible effort there by, well, led by the skipper, really. Border must be feeling some pain.
They must be, huh? It's Dave getting things going, and Hayden Trollope with a beautiful one that he played under, not out, and Colin Myberg towards the end.
Yes, what a knock. So if we just go through some of the scores, we had Andre Geldenhuis, who scored a few tons this week, out for 6. Ibrahim Gafieldin out for 3. Jacques Engelbrecht got a duck, and that really got the Boland guys worried. And then in stepped the captain, who played a captain's knock, 68 off 83 balls, which included 12 fours and 1 6. And then the hero for Boland today was Hayden Trollope, smashing 109 of 117 balls, including 13 fours. He really played an important innings this Hayden.
And, the guys after that, Akil Kipido with 8 from 12. Gavin Standard played a little gem, 21 off 19.
Sorry.
Vorma struggled a little bit.
Steve Fleming
going
and Robert
out on
Knott.
the tonk. And then Colin Myberg with 35 not out of 13 balls. Smashing it all over the park.
Yes, I mean that little cameo took Border closer to well, what I think is a very, very competitive total. So Boland then finishes on 264 for 7 in their 45 overs. The bowlers, Kaiser Guntshaw, 9 overs, 41 runs, and picking up 2 wickets. He really started off well. Lefi Nese, in his 9 overs, only went for 35 runs and picked up 1 wicket. Justin Price went for 36 runs in his 9. Clinton Fleming, 46 and picked up 2 wickets in his 9. And then there was real carnage, and Andrew Emsley, 5 overs, 58 runs, and he picked up 2 wickets. Joe Shaw, in his 2 overs, he conceded 17 runs, and then Russell Bennett, he also got some stick. In his 2 overs, he went for 27 runs. So all in all, a great comeback by the Bolanders, and that's as we see James Albani with his first over. James, a real athlete and competitor. I think he's going to make it really tough for the openers of Border.
Commentating there. Come help you. See my bowling figures? Yeah.
So Andrew steps into the studio. And ball goes to the boundary for 4. Andrew, who's at the crease? You know, my eyesight's not as good as yours.
Clinton Fleming, also known as Cockles.
Cockles just smashing Albani for 4.
He's a policeman, and he's
takes no
takes
nonsense.
some time off night duty, and he's now opening the batting as a pinch hitter.
Just having a big swing there.
Showing a lot of intent.
So what is the game plan of Border?
The game plan is to make Boland field until the 44th over before we nudge the second last ball for a single to win.
It really is one of those things to be patient today, I think. You're right. And that's exactly what Andrew, I beg your pardon, what Hayden Trollope and Dave Bucker did.
They did. They weathered the storm, and the ball was moving a bit this morning, and batted very, very sensibly. And as soon as the pie chuckers came onto bowl, they started to make hay.
Who were the pie chuckers?
There's one in particular who came on third change there from the bottom end.
No, you don't have to mention names, but I mean
he used to be a redhead, but you wouldn't say so nowadays.
Well, he's going to have to make up with a bat, wouldn't he?
Yeah. Cockles is off to another flying start with 2 fours off that over. Oh, Barney isn't used to that sort of treatment.
Most definitely not.
Definitely one of the pick of the bowlers this week. Doesn't look 50. He bowls more like a 35-year-old.
Yeah, you find some 20-year-olds who can't bowl like James. Claude, do you think the border captain would have had some thoughts of bowling one of his openers through? Particularly Kaiser Hansel up front with his left armers. He was really causing problems for them, and I think he came off after 5 overs. He went for 12 runs and picked up 2 key wickets. But it's always a little bit of a toss-up, eh? What do? Do you keep some for the end?
Yeah, you know, personally, when I'm captaining and I'm in that situation, I would tend to bowl a specific bowler like KG did this morning for as long as I can bowl him. You know, and then reassess after that and say, okay, because he was very likely he could have picked up another wicket or 2 and then Boland would have been in for deeper trouble. But
we did have discussions about that, but our 5th and 6th bowlers were not in great condition today. One had a quad injury and the other had a long day yesterday. So we were a bit scared of exposing ourselves, and that perhaps in hindsight an extra wicket to get rid of one of those 2 would have made a big difference.
Yeah, but it's always a toss-up. You make the decision and you live with it.
Well, Paul Dup, slightly different bowler to lefty. He bowls it a lot flatter generally. But he's also going to look to exploit the... And he goes for 4.
Cockles is not waiting to get any sighters.
It wasn't the most convincing shot he played there, but net result is 4 runs.
Yeah, as they say, look in the book, there's no remarks column.
Yep, definitely.
Paul Dup is a very wily bowler, so this could be quite a tussle. This time, lots of air.
Playing a miss. The kitchen sink was thrown at that one.
And Jono, that actually went way over Jono's head, which was quite interesting. And this is the problem batting second.
Was that a bar or is it?
You're not quite sure.
It was a bar.
It was a bar. You know, Paul Dup is that type of bowler. He doesn't really turn it a lot, but he plays with his pace, he plays with his length, and he gets top spin. You know, so he gets that bounce. And that has undone a lot of batsmen in the past.
Clive Exton bowled nearly a match-winning spell there from the same end the other day. And he was getting the ball to bite very nicely just outside of stump. 5 for 8, he took in 9 overs.
Amazing, huh?
Yeah, incredible effort there. And he bowled them on the trot. What a privilege to have players of that caliber playing in this Bets tournament. So Fleming is off to a flyer. He's got 12 of 6 balls, 3 fours. And Robin Knott is just remaining patient. He'd want Flemers to face as many of the balls early on.
Just a team update. The captains and the umpires agreed that player number 13 for Boland, Eni Fourie, can come into the squad and field to help out with the sore bodies. That's a big swing and a miss.
Cockles' instruction has been to hit the ball, not to slog the ball. I'm afraid that was a slog.
That was a slog.
Well, it's quite a job having to go out to slog James Albani. But we'll see how this one works out. Yeah, Henny Fourie, he's quite an agile guy in the field, so that's a good addition to the fielding side.
I see he's not on the field quite yet.
Short arm jab down to third man.
And a softball pitch from the boundary. And another softball pitch. That seems to be the way to get the ball into the keeper this week.
As the day gets on, they'll start rolling it.
That stayed low, eh?
Only problem with rolling the ball in that these outfields are so dry, it's like rolling it across some sandpaper.
That was a no ball, so free hit coming up.
And would Fleming not have been the one who
would have been nice,
would have preferred being on strike now?
Yeah, Robin is known to hit it too.
Shot.
What he's done.
That's a boundary.
Nice,
Hit it over extra cover. Boland guys are still jogging after the ball. They're still fresh after 3 overs.
You know, I think Colin Marburg, who is the one jogging there after that ball, he's so pumped up after that innings of his.
What's your thoughts on free hits in this Veterans League? I mean, we've got runners going, batters getting a runner if they are injured. Free hit's not something that's quite brutal for this Vets League. Or
I think it adds to the excitement, you know, because then on a free hit the guys obviously will throw everything at it. So I don't have a problem with it. You obviously as a bowler, did you have any free hits this week, Grant?
I don't recall any. Well, certainly I didn't have a chance to bat. Against my bowling, I think there was one. There was one yesterday against.
Did you travel?
Against the Titans, and it went for 4.
Okay, so that's why you were a little bit against it, huh?
Well, you know, the modern game has become very much a batting friendly game, and us bowlers really have to work hard. And
no, I agree with you.
Well, the border guys would be wondering what's up, because contrary to what's been going on this week, there was only one LBW decision in the Boland innings.
This morning.
So the umpires have definitely tightened up on their decision making in the latter half of this week.
Yeah, and interesting enough, we didn't actually speak much about the umpires. For those who don't know, the weather expert Simon Gear, he's the one umpire that we have today. And I spoke to him earlier, and he said that there's no rain expected in Gauteng for a long time. And he must be feeling the heat there, standing and trying to adjudicate some decisions. And then we have Stanley and Kofu, an umpire for a while now. Really being quite strict on not giving out LB, which to me is quite a good thing.
I've always believed that the umpire needs to be 100% sure before he sticks an LBW. It's always going to be a controversial topic, I suppose.
And there's some big stakes here for this in this match. And
I mean, it's the plate final.
It's the plate final. Boland border.
Two of the so-called minor provinces.
Well, you said that.
The
Revenge
cousins.
match today after Boland won the first one on Monday.
Paul Duke cleaning up. There's wicketkeeper Mitzi has for hands. Set to stick out in the boundary for 4.
Yeah, he's given that one a bit of air. A risky shot, but he's dealt with that quite well.
I can see Captain Dave making a couple of fielding changes, and somebody's going to be placed out there on the boundary.
Well, the first 15 you're allowed 3 out. One would think that you put as many back as you're allowed. So he sent one out to cow corner and one at forward backward square. And that's it.
I don't think it's going to change Cockles' game plan. That's one upishly to mid on.
With a target of 265, it's competitive. It's a competitive score. Boland will have to bat well to get there, but Boland must bowl well and field well to defend that.
Well, there's some really tired legs out there today, I can tell you. A week of heat and cricket. So, last bit of a push that's required, yeah.
All those border bodies I saw, they fielded first 4 times out of 4. I'll tell you what.
It'd be interesting to know.
Well fielded by Baywatch Thunder there in the covers, because that was hit like a rocket.
Who is in the covers? He does.
That's Gavin's Thunder.
That's Gavin Baywatch Thunder there.
Yeah, he's quite lively.
He's always got a smile and he's super lively.
He's
Energizer Bunny. Again, straight to Gavin.
Most people you can take 2-2 on the boundary, but not him. Five of 4 overs.
In stark contrast to what happened this morning. I think it was 9 for 3 in the 3rd over.
Need 6 and over, so. Sensible cricket as he nudges it to deep cover for a single.
So to lose 4 tosses in a row, lefty must really be wondering.
Well, lefty lost the first 2, and then we put Robin into try 4, and he also lost 2.
And
bold, James Albani, you biscuit. You're not going to hit him for a couple of boundaries early on and then not expect him to
and that's
come
the
back.
quality of the young old man.
Water, bro. Water.
Lefty, right? Good lefty. Next in is lefty and Gekle.
Lefty would be looking to play a responsible innings here as well, and I think what the batters would have learnt is that you need to just remain patient here. And the longer you spend time at the crease, the easier it's going to get.
Not a sec. Very good, you're beautiful. Thank you. Black in. No. Beautiful. Beautiful. Yes, bro.
Going up for a big appeal, but I think the umpire is saying
Looks
it's
like a
going
very
down
good
leg.
shot there, but Simon Gear, higher Simon Gear not interested. And Albani definitely looking to bowl a much fuller length. And it seems to be working for him.
I think he just needed a overall what to get into his rhythm. But look at that, just look at that action, running in like a
Yeah, he's
gazelle.
really charging in now, he's Albani.
A big appeal, we just had a look at a replay. The lefty indicated that it came off the inside edge. Hence the quick decision of not out by umpire. So he did look a little bit all over the place with his footwork.
Lefty hitting that out to the square leg boundary. Colin Myberg is cleaning up. No, sorry, that's not Colin Myberg. That is Paul du Plessis. Colin is standing here at mid-off.
He mustn't worry about the scoreboard because he's going to get hot later. Just remember what they were on,
So with the score on 27 for 1, James finishing his third over, 1 for 17 so far.
In the distance we see the Western Province team having a celebratory braai on top of the hill over there. It looks like lots of fun being had.
With the lamb chops.
They have Chef Dawson who's prepared some lamb chops for the boys, so soon I'll be having to run across there and leave you guys in the studio and I will just wave at you.
You're not going to bring us a lamb chop?
Well,
bring us a bone to nibble on.
We'll see, you know.
Ooh, that one stayed very low from Paulie.
That one rolled to Jono Bolton, the keeper. And
Looks like Paul is having some words there in the middle of the pitch. He wants to find that spot. He wants to keep it on that exact spot.
That was a bit disconcerting. It was there to be hit for 4 and it rolled.
Not left to hit that hard.
That's it, left.
Not going to be able to be cut off by Baywatch there on the boundary. Beautiful shot by Lefty.
not even Baywatch Thunder could stop that one. Just bludgeoned that ball
That was
through the covers.
a good description. That was a real bludgeon. Oh, that's also gone through the gap. There's a big chase, but they're not going to make it.
Chasing hard there, but not being able to cut it off.
Nice, buddy, nice, nice!
I have to commend Lefty for those two shots. After the ball that just rolled, he just played two magnificent shots without any fear.
Yeah.
Good footwork. And just hit through the line, and that's what you do in these conditions this week.
Pirates or Alberts?
Better line there from Boland to see.
Andrew, who are the guys that are padded up to go?
Next in is Anton Dupria. He opened the batting on Monday and suffered a bit of it.
It was a smack.
It was a little bit agricultural, that shot.
Yeah,
And then on Tuesday,
Leo!
while he was running for Justin Price, he hit a straight drive that took out his
shot now.
right hand and
Well, you play a wrong one now.
bruised it very badly, and he couldn't play the next game. So he's come down the order a little bit.
Interesting, I've seldom seen Dup bowl over the wicket, and
yeah,
that's what his charge, his change to.
Well done, Eagle!
It'll be interesting to see in the next over if it is just for Lefty that is coming over the wicket.
Order were tied down by the left arm spinner in the first game, so we definitely had a discussion about how we could disrupt his rhythm. And I would suggest that by going over the wicket, it might just be that, or he thinks that perhaps that angle and the low bounce, he might actually burgle an LBW.
Could quite possibly be. James Albani continuing from the bull ring end.
He really has got a wonderful action.
Let me tell you, if I could crank it up, it's chest action.
Well, I was fortunate to grow up through cricket with James Albani. I was the baby 17-year-old and he was the 21-year-old. And what I can say is that he's been consistent in all that time.
Same action, hasn't changed.
Same action, same attitude, same
Body shape hasn't changed either.
Same body shape. He just didn't have a little son. AJ, 5-year-old son, that's keeping him on his toes as well. So
Grant, I don't know if you saw that little incident earlier with AJ playing in the nets and his ball was lying on the field and I believe it was Gavin Stanley that hit a cut shot down to the vacant third man area and it hit full on. It hit a little AJ's ball lying there and the Boland guys couldn't get the boundary for that. So they had to settle for 2 runs.
Robin Knott had just taken one in the bread box there and looked a bit uncomfortable, but
that's incredible. I'm going to have to brush up on some of the rules, you know. When you don't play this game, you need...
Shot.
Driven hard.
If you just miss a few seasons, you start missing out on what the new laws are. But what I actually thought you were going to say was that little AJ Albani held the ball back over into the keeper's gloves, which wouldn't have surprised me because this 5-year-old has an incredible arm and one of the most coordinated 5-year-olds I've ever seen. But then I've never seen him without a ball or a bat in his hand.
Yeah, that's very true, eh? Driven through the covers again.
And he dispatches yet another one through extra cover.
I don't think James is smiling. James Albani is smiling about that.
That was really a beautifully timed shot. I mean, he just waited for it. And
the jog to fetch this one is a lot less enthusiastic than the first one.
No, it's Jock Engelbrecht. Yep, Jock Engelbrecht now being placed on the extra cover boundary.
And what will Albani do next?
Got Milton Daniels on waterboy duties walking past us here in the commentary box. Oh!
Stifled appeal there. Another good over for Border. 45 for 1 after 7 overs.
Well, they're currently going at 6.4 per over and they require 5.8, so just ahead of the curve at the moment.
The same stage of the game, Boland would have lost 3 wickets by now and not had more than 10.
It was something like that. It was 9 for 3 in the third over, to be precise.
Yeah, and it stayed like that for a while. It was 20 for 3 after about 8 or 9 overs, I think. So they really did well to turn it around. I think if they'd been offered 265 at that stage, they would have jumped at it.
Paul du Plessis to continue going back through and around. I think that's a leg by.
That was a good ball off the back pad of top of his back leg.
Yes, again, you look Hayden Trollope top scoring with 109.
Obviously got some bat on it because he didn't signal a leg by.
109 to Trollop. Not out. Dave Bucker, captain's knock 68. Colin Myberg, 35 of 13 balls, and that really is.
Stumping was missed.
Don't do that! Stop it, buddy, stop it! Don't try it again,
That
eh?
ball stayed low, eh? And JB with the gloves there would be quite upset with himself for missing that opportunity. But,
One can hardly fault JB for that. That's another one that rolled.
It did roll.
just stayed low and he just couldn't.
Also contributed to him missing it, I think.
And I think that should encourage Paul Duke to stay around the wicket.
But like that could have easily gone to Paul Dip's hand. Looked like a little bit of a leading edge there. You know, but the Dip is he's a hard worker and he's crafty and he
Well, the Boland side have quite a few options, spin options. They've got Harmer.
Akil Kipido.
He's got Akil Kipido, who's just fresh off his international over 60s World Cup.
Then they've got the Debbie Dobler in Baywatch.
And Baywatch Thunder also always ready to go.
And don't forget about John Engelbrecht for a little medium pacer. And on the seam front they've got Colin Myberg, the Magic Man.
Good over.
You know, it's difficult to keep Jock Engelbrecht out of a match, and I'm sure he would be very, very keen to take the ball if the captain asks him to kind of try and redeem his first ball duck after that beautifully played 70 on Thursday.
Yeah, isn't that just so common that after a big knock someone fails?
It happens. Oh.
Well, chaps, after I've just been given a signal to come and enjoy the lamb chops, so I'll be leaving the studio at the end of this over.
Lefty playing all around that one. Footwork wasn't great there. That's better.
Great shot. Stay.
After a little bit of a misfield, it's only a single.
A big effort in the field there. It could quite easily have snuck through, and if it got past him, it would have run all the way on this slick surface.
Oh, playing a miss outside off.
Textbook away swinger.
So James, he's got all three guys out that he's allowed. He's got one at third man, one on the cover boundary, and one I would say is backward of square.
Long leg.
But really wide.
I think the long leg there can smell the bright chops.
That must be torturous that he's been sent there.
You can smell the bright chops and hear the ice box being opened regularly. And I promise you, those Western Province guys are not drinking lemonade.
I wonder who it is that they've got down there on the long leg boundary.
It looks like Myberg. No, it's Paul Dup.
Paul Dup, yes, of course.
The pressure building now after the last 2 overs. Let's see how Robin and Lefty respond to this. A lot of dot balls. That's a useful nudge for a single.
Ibrahim Gaffaldine will clean that up.
Well, I would have thought that the border batsman would be a bit more circumspect against someone like Albani. He is one of the better bowlers in the tournament this week. And you know, whatever you can get of him is great.
Bowling change now. What were Albani's figures? 5 for 28. 1 for 28 or 5 overs.
Well, at this point, gents, I may be seeing you a little later.
Enjoy those lamb chops.
Thanks for the chat.
Thanks for the chat.
I'll let you know how those lamb chops go.
Okay, please send us a message. Right, so Paul Dip will continue from the townhouse end. Pushed out to Akil Kipida at the mid-wicket area.
Play nosy.
There's a misfield from Mr. Albani and they will take a second run.
Right, good running, boys. Good running.
Well done, chaps.
Looks like Akil Kipida is starting to warm up. Paul Dip continuing. Looks like he's getting nicely into his rhythm. Oh, there's an edge running to the vacant third man boundary. James Albani and Ibrahim Gaffaldine is chasing hard, but James gets it. Picks it up just before the boundary and chucks it into Jonathan Bolton. So welcome Eni. Lane number 13 today.
Dankie Claude. So oproepe van Supersport al aan jou kant toe gekom?
Nothing to me, okay. No, nothing. You?
Ja, nog nie, maar ons verwag hulle trokkie enige oomblik hierso met werksaanbiedinge. Right, so gaan ons hierso, kom ons kyk gou 'n bietjie hierso.
Ons sit op 1 vir 52 vir 1 na 8 beurte.
Okay, so dis die eerste keer wat die
ja, excuse me, also is there's a bowling change. I see Akil Kipida is replacing James Albani from the Bullring end.
Akil, ons Suid-Afrikaanse bo 60 speler, onlangs in Brisbane deelgeneem aan die internasionale toernooi. Baie netjiese bowler, sit die bal op die tikkie neer. Baie gemaklike aksie.
Gets a lot of turn. And wily old bowler.
Ja, ek sien die loop die tempo dan nou so 'n bietjie stabiliseer. Hulle is redelik vinnig uit die blokke uit gewees. 10 overs, dit gee vir ons 5.2. Required run rate steeds 6.09. Presies, Akil, dis Akil daai.
It's Akil, on the money.
Great shot, great shot. Lovely,
It was a good shot by Lefty. Cutting Akil Kipida there.
Sebenza, Portman.
Point region, it looks like for 4.
You would have said so running around the field. The one ball you actually fell on.
Briesie het gaan lees baie warm daar buitekant.
Oh, lefty goes for a big one. James is not going to get there, but he's going to at least be able to stop the boundary. That was a lot of effort. A lot of calories for 2 runs.
Grens wat hulle intensies baie duidelik maak.
It's old KG that you would hear there in the background shouting instructions to lefty. Yo, lefty went after that one hard. Boundary to the corner.
Na Kel corner toe. Uitstekend nou.
Kakkels. Pinde. Emva kwendlu masphinde.
Maar ek dink ons gaan na Kiel se ondervinding sien deurkom.
Sihleli nje abasela amanzi kanonkala.
Hy gaan hom laat afsit daardeur nie.
That's another 4 runs. Lefty is really climbing into a kill. It's like he wants to hit him out of the attack.
Ons het reeds hier toegelate 3 spelers op die grens. Mag nie meer as 3 die grens hê in die eerste 15 balbeurte nie.
Swashbuckling hitting there.
It looks like he wants to hit a kill out of the attack.
Speel baie mooi deur die bal. Goeie veldwerk daardeur Andre Geldenhuys nommer 1.
Inte Leopa, hè? Sebenza madoda. Inte. Sebenzile ba.
Het lyk of Paul Du Plessis gaan deurbal. Dalk nie deurbal nie, maar
hy gaan definitief aan.
Hy gaan aan.
5 overs, none for 23 thus far. A kill going for 14 in that over.
Volste vertroue Akil gaan terugveg daarso. Ja, en dankie vir almal van julle wat kommentaar op die YouTube kanaal lewer.
Let's have a look and see what commentary we've got.
Ek sal een loopie wees daar na die buitekant toe.
It seems to be quiet on the live chat.
Miskien daai die Engelse ou sal sê die graveyard session, nee.
Ja, definitief die graveyard session waaroor ons hier besig is.
Die toeskouers knip 'n eiltjie.
Oh,
uitstekend gestop deur
Akil. Fielding by Akil.
Maar hulle het een loopie gevat, nee.
Dis een loopie. Akil het baie mooi gedoen om net daar te stop.
Good running, boys. Good running.
Goeie enkel loopie, bal na die dekke toe.
Well stopped by Paul Dip of his own bowling.
Dave Bakker wat sê hamstring beskerm daar. Dalk 'n wyse besluit, een deur vir een loopie.
Oh, Volma cleaning it up.
Cheekie enkel loopie daarso. Ons het vanoggend gepraat. Ons het vanoggend gepraat oor die belangrikheid van instap saam met die bowler. En dis drinksbreek.
So we're back after the drinks break. The score currently 71 for 1 after 12 overs. It looks like Akil Kippedo is going to continue with 14 runs in his first over. Oh, we've got KG running after lefty there, onto the field. handing out some sweets or some energy gels there. Welcome back, Annie. Happy Claude. Jonathan Bolton running to clean that up.
Dave het 'n lang gesels met die manne in die middel gehad. Ek dink wat belangrik is om nie geïntimideer te word deur die aggressiewe spel van Lefty nou nie. En ook die inloop. Enkel lopies af te keer en die energievlak so 'n bietjie probeer lig. Dit is baie warm. So ek sê die briesie het ligte briesie nou weer, maar baie lig, baie warm aan buitekant. Dit is belangrik vir 'n ou soos Gavin Stanner om te gesels in die veld en die manne aan die gang te hou. Gavin doen daai rol baie goed ook.
Where is Baywatch? Looks like he's at the corner on the boundary. Big appeal for LBW not giving out.
Verwagte loopie tempo 5.88.
Having a look over there to the nets on our right hand side, and I see Kenny Jackson is sharing his wealth of knowledge with some of the kids playing there.
Kenny natuurlijk baie jammer om sy hamstring seer te maak vroeg in die toernooi. Nou, hy baie toegewyd vir die laaste 15 weke geoefen het. Daar was 'n meer skaflike beurt vanaf Akil. Hoeveel loop het er daar afgestaan?
It was maiden over.
Maiden.
Oh, a couple of leg bites.
Ons het dit nodig gehad.
$75 for one of the 12 overs.
Goeie vertoning deur grens sover. Met die loopie tempo by te hou. Hulle is definitief gemotiveerd om ook hierdie wedstryd te wen. Hulle gaan dit beslis nie maklik opgee nie.
Oh, so current run rate 5.8, required run rate 5.9. So Paul Dip continuing from the townhouse end.
Baie goed gestop op Pindaalsel deur Jacques Engelbreg. Enkel loopie. Wat noem is hierdie kant wat ons sit?
It's a bullring end.
Bullring end.
We just made it up this morning.
Maar dat maak sin.
Ja. Oh, that one stayed low, but it's play down to the short third man where Ibrahim Gaffuddin cleans up. Or Guffy as he's, and EB as he's fondly known by his teammates.
Ja, 'n bietjie onevenredige bons van die bal op daai.
Ja, definitief.
Golfblad. Baie netjie se balwerk deur Paul Dup. is my bietjie stil, Claude.
Yeah, it looks like the heads are hanging in, but it's obviously the heat. Assault by lefty. That's another boundary to long off.
Goeie vennootskap wat hier aan die ontwikkel is.
Oh, and that's another boundary.
2-4 in 'n ry vir lefty. Hy sien die bal baie mooi. Slaan die bal in die middel van die kolf.
Is that and the Gelden is going to fetch that.
Is dit ons WP manne daarbo in die hoek wat 'n braaitjie maak?
Hulle maak 'n braaitjie. Grant Jansen, our commentator, left us. They signaled he was going to eat his lamb chop.
Dit is gaaf van hulle om te kom ondersteun. Stuur Doopie nou vir lefty 'n boodskap daarso. Ek kan my nie na willekeer kom slaan hierso nie. Maar my paltjie, die vennootskap te breek sal lekker wees, Claude.
Yeah, I think that's what helped the Boland boys to also just lift their spirits in the field a little bit. He'll keep it out to continue from the bullring end.
Kyk, die loopie tempo is van so aard dat hulle die bal moet slaan. Hulle gaan elke oor ergens iets moet probeer. Wat natuurlik jou kanse vir 'n paaltjie groter maak.
Yeah, definitely, and you're 100% correct there. And
wat het daar gebeur?
That was slapped back in some other form, almost killing Jonathan behind the stumps there. But it's 4 runs.
Hy het steeds sy toegelate 3 manne op die grens. Hulle staan er op kel. Dis daai Colin
Myburg
diep in die dekke op die grens en dan tot 'n diep regby.
It's just Paul du Plessis.
Vyf loop hier so ver in die balbeurt.
Great shot.
It was a brilliant shot by lefty there. Another boundary over deep extra towards the deep extra cover. Boundary, 1 bounce for
lefty se striker uit op die oomblik 126.6. 38 lopies na 30 balle, dit is nou 42. Hy wat reg by opbring aan die ringing en dan vir James uitskuif diep weg. Om binne die reëls te bly. Colin Myburg die veldwerker, een lopie en is Beertom. Is dit Beertom? Nee, nog nie. Een bal.
Come stiff.
Robin Not op, wat is dit, 29 en Lefty op 42.
95 for 5 after 15 overs. 95 for 1 after 15 overs. Apologies for that.
Paul Du Plessis is reeds 7 balbeurte gebal, maar dit lyk of hier nou 'n balverandering kom. Nee, lyk of Paul gaan aangaan. Hy word 9 balbeurte toegelaat. 38 lopies afgestaan teen 5.43 per balbeurt. Akil tans 3 balbeurte gebal, 8.47 per balbeurt. Baie hoog vir Akil.
Yes. Akil's not used to going for a lot of runs.
Bajongile bahleliphi eh?
Oh,
En die bal in die lug reg deur die dekveldwerkers vir 4.
That takes Lefty to 47.
En die totaal 99. Robin Not gereed vir Paul Du Plessis. Kykie 'n kort bal, geen loopie nie. Lyk of Robin die ankerrol speel en Lefty die man is wat agter die balle aangaan.
Yeah, I think that's what it seems like.
Klein AJ James se seun, ook bekend as Dynamo vir sy energie, steeds besig in die net hier van vroegoggend af.
Sebenze ke bhuti, sebenze. Uhleli kuyo kanye. Sibahle pha kwisikobhodi, sibahle. Mthambise.
Laaste paar baie goeie balle daar op Paul Du Plessis.
Ja, Paul. Paul drilling.
Border, you've got your 100 up, eh?
Eh?
Your 100 up for you guys.
Yeah, we started already. This way? If you know, you must make huh?
I just received a message from my tellers down at Groot Draak. Finished his pitch prep for tomorrow's match and he says it now suddenly started raining. I think the Gautengers would love a little surprise like that.
Right, Akil is af en dit is Gavin Stander wat opkom om te bal. Regterarm oor die balkie gaan hy bal. Gavin kry lekker wegswaai uit sy balle uit. Ek dink 'n groot hoe sal ek dit nou noem? 'n Groot ding van Gavin se balwerk is dat die bal baie stadig deurkom.
Ja, dibbly dobblers
en die Culver flous. Maar tradisionele baie goeie lyn en lengte bowler.
Unganami.
lefty om te face, lefty op 48. Presies, ek weet nou nie hoe goed mens op pitch vision kan sien nie, daai bal het baie stadig deurgekom. Groot aanpassing vir die kolder om sy tydsberekening van so hard te wag vir daai bal.
It looks like lefty wanted to paddle scoop it to the vacant fine leg boundary.
Af na derde man, Warma wat hard, bal hard jaag en baie goed keer vir net een loopie. Kom ons loop Gavin gaan hier vir ons die deurbraak maak.
Batsmen are both definitely struggling with their
tydsberekening. Met
timing.
Die stadige bal van Gavin.
Gavin's going to be difficult to get away on this pitch.
Hy gaan sy lyn en lentebal, gaan sy uitswaai probeer kry.
Forward defensive shot.
Een loopie lus ver in die bilbeerd. Kom ons hoop Gavin maak hom mooi klaar. Ek 'n vollerige bal.
Well played, Nosy.
Oh, I don't know if that was what you can call well played, but
Nice, nice, boys, nice.
2 runs.
Een bal om te gaan.
Senza kahle madoda, senza kahle.
I mean, anyway, we're sitting in the shade and it's hot. Don't want to know what the fielders or what it's feeling like out there in the field.
Baie goeie laaste bal van Gavin, net 3 lopies in die bilbeerd. Ja, dis warm, Claude. Ek kyk nou na die bome hier rondom, daar is nie 'n briesie nou eers nie.
I think Paul Dip is going to bowl his last over.
Ek sien daar is 'n bietjie reendamp vergating voorspel in die komende week.
Looks like Aiden Trollope is getting ready to go onto the field. Probably going to replace Paul Dip.
South has still got water.
Ons kyk bietjie na Paul se syfers sover.
0 for 43 in 8 overs.
5.38. Die lefty sal verseker onthou dat hulle net 3 lopies geslaan het in die vorige balbeurt. Hy gaan wel probeer opmaak.
Sahamba kahle.
5.8 die verwagte loopie tempo. Oh! Daai is 'n goeie shot van Bessie. Skeieregters vandag nie geïnteresseerd in die beenvoetbalkie besluit.
No, I think it's complete opposite to what we've seen this whole week. They are just not interested.
Ons het 'n goeie lyn om te kyk vir die beenvoetbalkie roepe.
That's 50 up for lefty. It's 6 over mid-wicket.
Daai beenvoetbalkie was net baie naby gelyk vir my.
don't know, John Luke.
50 up, lefty, 50 up!
Ons van nie daai 6 wees nie.
No, you know what, Annie? From what I can see, it was going down. I think it was a good decision from the umpire.
Ja nee, ek bedoel van hierdie besluit nie, dis net.
Yeah, I think that was a very good decision.
Ek dink die skeieregters vandag het sover baie goed gedoen. Voor ons net twyfel aan die kolwer.
She just said put me down, okay? And I was trying. She wants to sit off me.
Die bal wat oor die heining gegaan het. En die Boland spelers sal baie graag daai bal wil terugkry want die bal het waarskynlik nou lekker glans. Mooi na die bal gekyk tot dusver vir Gavin, iemand vir Gavin as ek kan sê swaar balwerk doen. Maar hy het 'n gaatjie in die grens gekry en skuur deur daar. Dit moet definitief van ons slanker spelers in die span wees om deur daai gaatjie te kom.
Ja, ek dink dit is Colin daai.
Ek dink as jy 'n hele paar kandidaate wat nie daardeur gaan kom nie, ook nie ons kondisionerings afrigter wat tans daar staan in sy swart klere. Ter ondersteuning, verbale ondersteuning. Die manne wil definitief daai bal terug hê. En daar is hy terug. Dis Akiel wat daar deur gekom het. Colin Meiberg. Baie goeie 50-tal deur lefty. Ek dink nie hy het enige kanse gebied nie.
I think the border side needs him to back through if they want to chase down.
Hy het natuurlik 'n baie goeie vertoning ook vir grens gelewer teen Gauteng. Ek steek aan 100 geslaan as ek reg is.
Oh, kamnan kuya akaifuni henne.
Die sonnetjie gaan ons nou binnekort beet kry, Klot.
Ek is bevrees dit gaan gebeur. Oh, lefty goes again.
Gaan vir presies dieselfde hou. Presies dieselfde rigting.
Another 6. Paul Dip cannot be happy about that.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon, Mr. Warren Wood. How are you?
Well,
Warren? Yeah, I can see you well.
A little bit sore in the body. Has been a long week.
Tell us, Warren, what happened with that little fumble you had there in the cover? Looked like you had it.
I did have it, and then when I went down like it, it rolled, and then and as I landed, came out. That's when I rolled over and I showed them. Okay, well I didn't catch it.
Okay. Yes! Yes! Paulie coming back there by taking
Paul
lefty's wicket. Beautifully taken by Jonathan Bolton behind the stumps.
Oh, it's caught behind.
Yeah, it's caught behind by Jonathan.
Caught behind.
Wel gedaan, Boland. Ja, ons het vir Warren hierso. Ek en Warren het maandag ons lekker kommentaar sessie gehad. Mekaar beter leer ken.
Who's the batsman? That is Anton Duprier.
Claude. Ons gaan bakkie so.
Yeah, great little cameo knock there by lefty in there. Yeah.
Baie goeie golfbeurt.
Set up a nice
run rate for us.
Groot baaltjie vir Boland. Julle nuwe kolwer, Warren, kan jy 'n bietjie oor hom gesels? Vertel ons 'n bietjie van hom.
He opened the day we played at Gauteng. It's some fabulous cover drives to the boundary, and made, I think the score was about 35. And then came in and it was a runner, and then lefty took him out.
Ek het gehoor daarvan.
And hit his hand. So he didn't play yesterday. Obviously we rested him to try and get the hand right, and we'll see what he's capable of. But we definitely have a deep batting line.
Ja, julle het ook 'n diep. Lefty groot skade aangerig daar met die 2 sesse van Paul Du Plessis. Belangrike vennootskap wat nou gebreek is. En daarmee is Paul Du Plessis klaargebal. Ek het daar.
Daar is so.
Ek is nou besig om 'n bestuurskomitee lid en so.
Ek gaan vir jou nou sê.
Ek gaan moeilikheid kry.
Ja. Moeilikheid kry.
Dankie Claude, dit gaan werk hoor.
Dit is lean back onto the tree. Dis hoe dit.
Dit is baie gaaf van die Claude hier so met Sambreel vir ons te reël.
That's gonna fall. So it gets to the why don't you put one of the concrete things over? Claude, just stand there for the rest of the time.
Okay, cool. Claude gaan vir die res van die middag vir ons hier staan en die Sambreel vashou. Dit maak 'n groot verskil.
Ja.
Kevin Stanner wat van die boelring end af aangaan. Paul Du Plessis. Hy het nog net 8 ouers. Hy het nog 1 ouer oor. Nee, hy is klaar. Jammer vir die foutjie daar.
No stop. Yeah. Okay, get short, Nosy. Lovely, lovely.
Robin Knox pulling one to the boundary there. Kom hier reg, nie vandag nie.
Nee, nie vandag nie.
There's concrete holders. There's one there, lying on the floor there. Take it. If you can, we'll make him give you a hand. Okay.
Take it, just come in, take it. How boy you get?
Jammer vir die stilte is net met die app 'n probleem gehad dat nie was fris nie. So die telling 119 vir 2. Verwagte loontempo afgekom na 5.5 toe. Definitief 'n cricketwedstryd op die hande hierso.
Wat hè?
Die park is nyawe, dis is nyawe lendo hè.
Baie dankie meneer, dit is regtig waar.
Okay.
Maak 'n groot verskil as jy raai daar hoor.
Ja, fine. This game is set almost halfway through the runs.
Ja, julle kort 5.5 per balbeurt. So. Die wedstryd kan nog enige kant toe gaan. Daar is nog geen bepalende faktor dat enige span tot voordeel hier so is nie.
Maar op jou einde vandag is 'n goeie pleitfinaal vir die twee spanne.
Ja, plaatfinaal vir die twee spanne. Beide spanne hard gewerk deur die week. Goeie wenne gehad, goeie gees, goeie vriendskappe wat tussen die spanne begin ontstaan. New bal, Colin Myburg. Colin gaan regterhand oor die paaltjiebal.
I was actually very impressed with your batsman that got the 100 today. He's
Asimami,
been around for a while.
Asimami,
He didn't been around for a while. He played for Boland fullback and fly-off, I think, in his younger years. He then plays with me at the Scorpions in Stellenbosch, and then for the Stellenbosch Strikers in the Wets League. Very capable batsman, but he worked very hard for this 100 today.
Yeah, he did.
Mentally strong.
We had the discussions during the course of the week that each innings had to have 100 to set a team up somewhere along the line. We unfortunately haven't had one, excepting for yesterday's game against EP. But we've had good starts by the top order, which has obviously put us in the position to chase down the runs.
Yeah, and that's the partnerships we spoke about. I think it was Monday.
Yeah, partnerships are very crucial in this format because a lot of the seniors, obviously, bodies cannot withstand all this physicality we have falling on the ground all the time.
Ja, so week raak lank warm.
Dit raak baie lank.
So the umpires today definitely not trigger happy.
There's no bully the kids here.
I think both teams appreciate that. That umpires are not here to stick LBW's all the time. Goeie balbeer deur Colin Myburg sover.
Have you not found that slowing the pace down on these pitches tends to bog the batsman down?
Absolutely. I don't know if you noticed when Gavin Starner started bowling. Now Gavin is a slow bowler, slow seam bowler, a little bit of outswing, and even Lefty was completely confused with that first few balls. And I think most batsmen probably prefers the quicker medium pace to quicker bowlers. Ball comes harder off the bat. We're keeping the Jonathan Bolton daar. So ek reken Dave Bakker sal vir Gavin Stander die hele paar overs gee. En dan het Akil dink ek net 2 of 3 overs gebal. Lefty het Akil se nommer gehad. So Dave sal aan sy agterkop hê dat
shot, good shot, boy,
Nice edge to the boundary there by Mr. Robin Knott, moving his score up to a healthy 40 runs.
So 140 lopies wat en 25 kort en 25 balbeurte. 150 balle, 8 balkies in hand en die verwagte loopie tempo 5.6. So die groot ding vir Boland nou is om natuurlik altyd eers om balkies te vat, maar ook om die loopie tempo af te hou en vir grens om dit op te hou. Amper so kans daarna om
Cool down, buddy. Cool down, eh? Moya Pansy, Moya Pansy.
Ja, ek ken ook Kevin se pace nou, Warren.
Ja.
Ja, dit is stadig om my bal deur, nee. Baie goed gespeel deur die covers, maar dit gaan net vir een loopie wees. Colin Meiberg op die grens. Veldwerk die Akiel en die dekke. So Warren, difficult for the players to keep the energy levels up in this heat. I mean, there's no breeze now.
Yeah, no breeze. The fielders need to take as much liquid in as possible because you get dehydrated so fast out there. Especially if the runs aren't coming and you're standing in that sun
Yes.
and not moving around.
We talked about it earlier today that I think the best thing for a fielder is to just keep his eye on the ball all the time.
Yeah.
You know, even while the guys are throwing
Correct.
it in between them, it keeps you in the game.
Keeps
Keeps you from wandering
okay,
off.
That's it. Actually, I did have a bit of a session there watching a bit of the kids hockey.
Oh, yes.
Between overs, because I was getting a little bit. Had to keep my eyes open out there. So, and it was hot. Let me tell you, this morning it was hot. And yet down in East London, it's raining cats and dogs for the last 2 days.
But you also need that rain, don't you?
Not really us.
Is it more PE?
It's more PE that needs it.
Potency,
Yeah, they need the rain. They're the ones in the problem at the moment.
So 'n goeie oor deur Gavin Stanner daarso. Colin wat aangaan gaan die Tiana side. En 20 overs verby veldplasing gewys. Dave Bakker net 3 manne op die nee, hy het 4 manne op die grens.
Ja.
Short, Guzzy. Oh, baby, that's lovely, man,
Hard geslaan deur die dekke.
Sebenza, pues sebenza.
Actually, you heard
Astinho,
some of our
apa?
players,
Selamans
Sabanza.
de Nongala.
We actually were, a lot of us were speaking Xhosa when we played against Gauteng and had them so bamboozled on the field. They had no clue what was going on.
So can a couple of you guys speak Xhosa?
Yeah. No. So when one man's chatting from the other side of the field and yeah, no. I think
Dit sal een loopie wees na James op die grens, regby, diep regby. James baie goeie arm, kan die bal nog baie lekker gooi.
Come, buddy, come, buddy. Head down, head down, head down.
Warren trying to lure one of his fellow border guys into the commentating box. He
Clint Fleming is
absolutely
so tired.
not interested.
No.
Goeie paaltjiewagterwerk deur Jonathan Bolton there. Ons het 'n stamping gemis, né? Jy het dit gesien. Wie was dit geweest? Was dit nie Robin nie? Dit was Robin geweest. Ja.
Ja.
En nou staan Robin op 46.
Ja.
Nice, buddy. Nice.
4 lopies na derde man toe.
I must say these outfields run on forever and ever and ever. They don't seem to give up.
Kom ons kyk net na die lopie tempo. Steeds 5.6. So Boland Friends wat baie goeie werk doen om op daai lopie tempo te bly. Die wedstryd nog heeltemal in die weegskaal. En Gavin Stanner kry sy been voor paaltjie. Baie ongelukkig vir Robin om op 46 uit te gaan, uitstekende golfbeurt gespeel. En dit is stringsbreek. Ek het vandag gaan help.
36. One paid enough to come run for me later.